understand what is the way forward as we are stuck in the world today, this ongoing pandemic, pralaya, so much of suffering and destruction around us. Let us see what Hinduism has offered as a solution. Currently, the total confirmed COVID-19 cases is well over 233.5 million people as of the 1st of October. This includes 4 points risen to more than 150,000 per day in the United States alone. And the average population increase per day is 174,893 per day, as the rate of those getting infected is almost on average rate of population growth. And per day, an additional 0.002% of the population is getting infected by COVID-19. And this is rising daily. And unfortunately, though we've had attempts at lockdown, quarantine, vaccination, none of these have provided the solution or are necessarily feasible for everyone across the globe. The average rate of death per day is 126,500 people. This is about 0.56% of the world. This is deaths for all possible causes. The average death per year is 44.4 million people and growing each year. This is, again, for all possible causes of death. So if we say, just for our understanding, that the population growth per day and death rate are years, we will see the decline of the entire population.
And here you can see the need of a global solution that works across all national policies. And you can also see the situation of the WHO regions. America, which has 89 million confirmed cases, Europe, which has 70 million confirmed cases, then Southeast Asia, which has 43 million confirmed cases, then the Eastern Mediterranean, which has 15 million confirmed cases, and the Western Pacific, which has 8 million confirmed cases, and Africa, which has 6 million confirmed cases.
Floods, storms, people have faced so much of destruction from these natural calamities caused due to the climate change crisis and global warming. According to the United Nations, the new scientific report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, warns that we are on a crash course towards catastrophe if global temperatures are allowed to rise anymore. And the window to slow or even halt some of these worsening impacts is rapidly closing. The drastic difference between just a 0.5 degree of difference of temperature rising could have very dire consequences if instead of 1.2 degrees, 1.5 degrees Celsius, the temperatures rise to 2 degrees Celsius. We could see very drastic, realistic changes in our everyday lives. So it is highly important that we take this very seriously, cautiously, and curb the emission, facing the consequences of it if we do not.
And a few immediate precautionary methods that all of us need to take is protecting ourselves by being in quarantine and following the local government's guidelines and regulations. But even if this happens, the effect on our survival needs like food, clothes, and shelter, especially for the less privileged whom we call poor, for whom resources are not immediately available, is unknown. In the Brihadaranya Upanishad, 4th Adhyaya and 4th mantra, the 5th mantra defines karma in a verse, and it says, Yata kari yata chari tata bhavati sadhu kari sadhu bhavati papa kari papi bhavati punya punyena karmana bhavati papa papena. And the translation for this verse is as it does it and acts. So it becomes by doing good, it becomes good. And by doing evil, it becomes evil. It becomes virtuous to good acts and vicious to evil acts.
It is our greed to make life luxurious and comfortable, which is causing so much destruction around us. 82% of wild mammals have already become extinct since the rise of the human civilization. 80% of all marine mammals have already become extinct. 50% of all plant life and 50% of fish have become extinct due to the rise of the human population. We need to stop the idea that the whole planet Earth belongs to only the human race.
And we have forgotten that we share the world with others. So let us set a trend of moving to a nature based lifestyle and let's stop torturing and killing animals and let's drop the idea that planet Earth is exclusively for us.
And we've seen the effects of the meat industry and how much it damages, how much of drain it is on resources, the natural resources that we have. Just 1 kg of beef takes 15,000 liters of fresh water to produce. In comparison, lentils or any plant-based product, plant-based food, takes less than 5,000 liters of to kill animals. Not only you disturb the environment, you disturb the ecosystem by releasing so much pain and suffering.
And what is the permanent solution for this pandemic? As per Hinduism, the purpose of the world, the primary principle of the universe is let us all coexist and celebrate our life. Ahimsa paramo dharma.
Let's stop all the actions from anger, lust, greed, pride, jealousy, and delusion. Let us move back to the Hindu lifestyle, the lifestyle of aptigraha, asteya, and ahimsa, the lifestyle of non-stealing, living with minimal danger, and non-violence.
And every crisis that humanity faces, Hinduism has found solutions. Hinduism is a religion which has seen at least 5 complete wipeouts of planet Earth and the wiping out of civilization. And we have the knowledge. We have recorded and documented every time when civilization was wiped out and how we have rebuilt it.
Let us look at some of the world histories and some of the examples of when the human civilization had almost become extinct, and Hindus, the incarnation, had brought the solution and saved humanity. Bhagavan Vishnu incarnated to bring the Veda and the Agamas back from the dark energy during the manifestation of the universe in the form of fish, the Matsyavatara, and landed on planet Earth to give it to Lord Brahma. After a great deluge, Bhagavan Vishnu brought Manu's book and the Vedagamas, the whole thing, and restarted the civilization. That is why the Pandya kingdom, the earliest kingdom, has a fish as their to the land by the Matsyavatara. From there, the whole Pandya civilization started. During King Ravana's reign, 7 crore people were ruled by King Ravana and his iron fist. Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu incarnated to save the 54 Desha. The entire world from nuclear collapse, and Bhagavan Sri Krishna incarnated to end this apocalypse. And this is detailed in the Mahabharata. And Bhagavan Mahadeva himself protected the city of Varanasi, promising, I will hold these people, protect them, Even during the pralaya, even when the whole world is destroyed during the great deluge, I'll hold these people in the tip of my trishula.
And in the Upanishads, the rishis celebrate the happening of incarnations who come down to liberate people from crisis. And in the Taittiriya Upanishad, verse 3, Bhriguval section, ahamannam 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 ahamannado ahamannado ahamannadaha.
The ultimate conscious happens again and again and again as Acharya, as Guru, and as incarnation. Paramashiva reaching out to liberate individual souls from bondages through knowledge and Acharya. Paramashiva reaching individual souls to liberate them from bondages through initiation, the Shakti Pada and Shakti Pada is Guru. And Paramashiva reaching out to individuals in the future is Leela. And the manifestations who do these Leelas are incarnation.
Dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuttanam dharmasya tadatmanam shrujamiham. Which means, whenever there is a decline in individual consciousness, the collective unconsciousness increases. To establish the righteousness of the eternal consciousness, the signs of eternal bliss, dharma samstapanartaya, I myself appear millennium after millennium, sambhavami yuge yuge. And humanity, time and again during crisis. Let us now learn about the form of Devi Parashakti that all of us are celebrating today on the seventh day of Navaratri. So the form that we are celebrating today is the form of Devi Durga, where Devi Parashakti manifests the form of Devi Durga. So in this next segment, let us learn about Devi Durga. So in Devi Mahatmya in chapter 11, verse Sarva Shakti Samanvite, and the translation is, O Queen of all, you who, O Devi, salutations be to you, Devi Durga. And another verse beautifully says, Sarva Mangala Mangalye Shive Sarvartha Sadhike Sharanye Trambake Gauri Narayani Namostute, which means, I bow down to the goddess Narayani, who makes everything auspicious, as she is the most auspicious one, and also fulfills all the desires of those who come for the shelter of the three-eyed Gauri.
Devi Durga, the beautiful Durga mantra, is recited during almost all the celebrations, rituals, and events of Ma Durga. Also, a highly powerful mantra means that Devi Ma is the most auspicious one and the one who bestows auspiciousness upon all of the world. She is pure and holy, who protects those who surrender to her, and is also called the mother of the three worlds. She is Gauri, the daughter of the mountain king, and can give wisdom and strengthen all along with a prosperous life.
And who brings compassion, peace, and calm and order to the chaos, destruction, and conflict in any situation.
She is worshipped in different forms and considered a form of Shakti. The word Durga embodies freedom from all evils like injustice, cruelty, hatred, ego, and other forms of pain and suffering. Thus, this is one of the most powerful and decorated gods in the Hindu religion.
And the legend goes that Durga was created by Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva to fight the demon Mahishasura, who could not be defeated by either man or God and was continuously raining terror on man and God alike. And the weapons held by Durga are given to her by each of the gods and symbolize the culmination of all the divine powers in her. Shiva's trident or Trishul, Vishnu's discus or Sudarshana chakra, twin gods.
Ramakrishna says if you utter the name going in front of you, rotating his Trishul, trident, he will be just rotating his Trishul, so all the negativity are destroyed.
So focus on success in your life's goals. If you are not terrorized by the fears society wants to dump on you, if you decide not to be exploited by the fear society wants to dump on you, you will see the simple, straightforward, actual, real dangers, strategies, and save yourself. The Shakti of Durga will manifest in you.
Now, listen to Devi Parashakti's divine plays from the Devi Mahatmyam story.
So Devi Durga is now surrounded after the demons Chanda and Munda dated by a demon named Raktabija. He possesses a unique power. Whenever a drop of his blood falls on earth, another demon of identical size and strength springs up. Just as an
The fighting demons proliferate from his spilled blood, and utter terror seizes the god until Durga merely smiles until it perished between her gnashing teeth, and Raktabija, drained of blood, falls dead.
and this scene bridges two levels of reality. On one level, the glistening red drops of Raktabija's blood represent the overwhelm to maturity and bursts with seeds for the next planting.
Every desire produces the seeds of many more, and we find we are never satisfied. The ghastly image of Kali in her red-eyed, emaciated form, known as Chamunda, avidly licking up the drops of blood, tells us that desires are best conquered when nipped in the bud.
And this century, most of us are caught up in conflicting desires, changing every minute, moving from one desire to the next.
Unconsciously today. Whether it is thinking or talking or doing, it is done unconsciously without awareness.
And that is the reason we are not able to connect the cause and the effect of many of the things that happen in our lives. We always think we have been dished out unfair results. We are blissfully unaware that it was we who caused the effects. We made it happen by way of unconscious living and ended up incurring more karma.
The first step is to have a clear understanding that karma is powerless in the presence of the incarnation. Somewhere this karma chakra needs to be broken, and you need to be given a new energy, inspiration, understanding, and possibility. You are always stuck. These can be given to you only when the divine intervention happens. Mahadeva intervenes in your life in the form of Guru. He assumes ultimately light. It means the ideas or knowledge or the clicks that bring you out of these depressive thoughts, that bring you out of this influence of your karma. So now let us understand the supreme concept of Nithyananda Paramashivam as the Nityavatara of Devi Parashakti herself. The Kailasa of the Shamala Pita Sarvatimism, the rare and sacred lineage of pontiffs, has been systematically carried over in unbroken progression from the ages. The chosen emissaries of Lord Paramashiva and Devi Parashakti, the Guru Mahasanidan of the pontiffs of Kailasa of the Shamala Pita Sarvatimism, are the direct representatives of the cosmos. On the 27th of April 2012, Srila Shri Nithyananda Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal was formally appointed as the lawful successor, descendant, and inheritor, invested with all the powers, duties, obligations to perform the rituals, the spiritual, religious, and customary rites vested in the Kailasa the Shamla Pita Satvinipism, and has been reviving this spiritual, religious, and linguistic epicenter to its original glory since. Now let us look at the history of the Kailasa Shamla Pita Satvinipism, the Madurai Adinam, the very kingdom, the enlightenment ecosystem of Devi Meenakshi and Bhagwan Sareshwara. Sorry for the technical glitch. We will be watching that video very shortly. So in this video, we will be understanding the history of the Kailasa Shamla Pita Satvinipism, how Devi Meenakshi ruled this kingdom and now bringing it back to its original glory. Let us now watch that video.
The ancient temple town of Madurai in southern India boasts of a 2,500-year-old history of spirituality. Its existence back to the 3rd century BC, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities of the world. Legend says that Madurai was established by the cosmic mother herself, who incarnated as Princess Meenakshi, daughter of the pious king Malayadwaja Pandian. Of Shaiva Siddhanta tradition, the story goes that as a baby, Thirugnana Sambandar was once nourished by the milk of enlightenment from the cosmic mother herself. This child prodigy arrived in Madurai to effortlessly defeat the learned Jain monks with his wisdom, healing powers, and spiritual prowess, and restored Madurai to her beloved religion, Shaivism, by reviving the ancient Madurai Adinam and the Meenakshi temple, which had fallen to desolate ruin. Madurai Adinam is today the world's oldest living Hindu organization, with a recorded history alone spanning a glorious 1,500 years and an unbroken lineage of illustrious pontiffs to this very day. Over the centuries, the pontiff of the Madurai Adinam is known by the title Guru Mahasannidhanam and inherits the responsibility of carrying forward the traditions of Tirunjana Sambandar's sacred work.
On 27th April 2012, a new era began in the history of Madurai Adinam. The 292nd Pontiff, Srila Sri Arunagirinatha Jnana Sambandha Desika Paramacharya Swamigal, guided by intuition and inducement by Lord Shiva, coronated a charismatic young saint as the 293rd Pontiff of the Madurai Adinam.
An accomplished yogi, a pragmatic social visionary by millions worldwide. Within weeks of his ascent to the sacred throne, he brought about sweeping changes to the Adinam, including the renovation of the ancient monastery, Annadan, free food for thousands every day, free medical camps, yoga classes, scriptural study, spiritual healing, and meditation programs. The traditional Adinam now has a website and two-way video conferencing. Vast properties belonging to the Adinam are being reclaimed from illegal encroachment. Its numerous temples are being restored to sanctity, and the neighboring villages are being adopted with basic amenities, education and medical care has already waited too long.
Here, I take the commitment of making Madurai Adinam as an international religion. All the responsibilities of Madurai Adinam make Hindu tradition, Saiva tradition alive, revived, lived.
With a brand new pontiff at its helm, Madurai Adinam promises to be more than just another traditional monastery, as a changing role of spiritual organizations today, as power centers and guiding forces, forging the enlightened government of the new world.
Yes. Now that we've understood the history of the 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa has declared about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has revealed as his vision from Bhagavan Paramashivoham himself. The 292nd Pontiff of Madurai Adinam, Sri Arunagirinatha Jnana Sambandha Paramacharya Swamigal, is the predecessor to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the esteemed Guru-based tradition of the kingdom of the Kailasa, the Dvadashanta Chamla Bija Sarvajikam, the Madurai Adinam since 2012. The 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam had the divine vision of Bhagavan Paramashiva and Devi Meenakshi, who instructed him to coronate the avatar as his successor the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, and this historic record of Madhuri Adinam. This is the historic. In this video, you can see the historic record of Madhuri Adinam, introducing the successor, the supreme master of this himself, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you are welcome to watch this video online on YouTube and see the full description of what the 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam had to say about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incarnation of Paramashiva himself.
And here you can see a few pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism incarnated as the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa and Shyamala Peetham.
And the 3 Pontiff of Hinduism has been coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai, the oldest Papal state and the monastic kingdom, at the age of 34, and has been reviving this enlightenment ecosystem and all of these temples under this ecosystem.
And here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has been declared as the successor of the Arunachala Sarvapitham by the Guru Parampara at the age of 16 on the 34th of May 1994.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the International Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally at the mere age of 20 in 1999. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi Kailasa Sarvapitham at the age of 24 in 2002.
So here you can see the pictures of the Adi Kailasa.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been declared as the successor of the Bhagyanagara Shivpura Sarvapitham at the age of 26 in 2004.
Has also been coordinated as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsha Sarangi Samrajyam of the Suryavamsha lineage at the age of 26 on the 31st of December 2004.
And Pontiff of Hinduism is the reviver of the Adi Pallava Sarvapitham at the age of 29 in 2007. And as the successor of Kashi Sarvapitham
Has been coordinated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvapitham. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he is actually the youngest Mahamandeshwar to be coordinated as part of as the head of Mahamandeshwar Pada.
is declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwara, the oldest monastic order of Hinduism by the Acharya Mahamandaleshwara Sukhdevananda, the then incumbent spiritual head at the age of 35 in 2013. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tiruvarur Adinam at the age of 36 in 2014. And at the age of 36, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Vedaranyam Adinam. In 2015. And at the age of 37 in 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adipita Kolara Mutt, the oldest mutt in Karnataka. And at the age of 36 in 2016, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu coronated, recognized by 1,000 Hindu leaders as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the foremost leader of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the most prolific, most viewed guru in the digital world, and has been read and watched by. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the creator of the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with over 1 billion views. And you can connect with Kailasa, the greatest digital nation, via their platform. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed over 23 vegetarian food banks, medical services to sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies, and many more. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been tirelessly working to bring superconscious breakthrough to humanity over the last 27 years. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, which have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Here and in Tamil and Spanish as well. All of these are freely available for anyone to download and read and enjoy. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read, and downloaded. Here is the release of these most famous publications, including Living Enlightenment book. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working tirelessly to digitize, decode, and make all of this freely available for humanity to benefit.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has delivered over 1,000 hours of discourses with over 1 billion views on social media.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is respected as a commentator of all the sacred.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been honored as a leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader.
And most recently, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized by the California State Senate as the sovereign of the sovereign state of Kailasa, and has been January 3rd has been declared as the Nithyananda Day in the state of California to recognize the contributions of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism.
And the Supreme Point of Hinduism has also been acclaimed as one of the top 10 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Body Mind Spirit magazine. Is the reviver of the sovereign order of Kailasa, led by Supreme Point of Hinduism and the Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and the Hindu diaspora, who are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity.
The Supreme Concept of Hinduism is the
And the Supreme Point of Hinduism is the establisher of 1,000+ Kailasa and enlightenment ecosystems around the world.
Supreme Concept of Hinduism is the founder and reviver of over 100 Satsang.
And various heads and leaders of various akaras and mutts around India and around the world have recognized the Supreme Point of Hinduism as the Swarupa, the form of Paramashivoham. The Akara Parishad, a group of 13 akaras and over 2 crore sadhus, monks in India, welcomes the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanitanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, as one day the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanitanam Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Swamiji, is going to be called the Vishwa Guru, the Guru of the whole world. And he is going to be the spiritual guide for the world, and peace will spread in the whole world. People are not yet aware of his energy, of the energy of Swamiji in reality. Swamiji is the Swarupa, form of Bhagavan, God. And we are offering prayers not just to a guru, but to an embodiment of Bhagavan. I am sure that Swamiji must have done intense penance, tapas, in his childhood and merged into God, as a result of which he is expressing this divine power of God. And you can watch the video where Narendra Maharaj has spoken and about the Supreme.
And Shri Shanta Veer Mahaswami is the head of the Kolara Mutt, the oldest recorded mutt in Karnataka, dating back to more than 6,500 years, and has declared with his authority that whenever humanity falls into suffering and pain, Ishwar, the divine himself, does austerities tapas for the upliftment. Ishwar is the embodiment of the divine light, and Nithyanandaji Maharaj is seated as the embodied divine light, spreading world peace and serving the whole of humanity from India. Nithyanandaji is a treasure house of jnana, the sacred knowledge.
And just like this, various heads of different matas and akaras have spoken about the Supreme Point of Hinduism. Now with that, let us move to the next segment of this program where all of us will be Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam as the Guru. of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, happening as the Guru in our life, the conscious breakthrough. Yes. So Swamiji has shared, there is only one thing we know. The moment the decision comes, such a spontaneous energy is released in you without even micromillisecond, the decision is executed. It becomes action reality. You're habituated. Muscle memory is responsible for making the decision and executing it within micromilliseconds before the yoga. The purpose of your life happens in you. Analyze, understand, take the thought to its logical conclusion for the purpose of your life, and raise the coherence of your system to its highest possible peak. Violence is anti-yoga, against yoga. When you have the thought of violence, how to bring the pratipaksha bhavana. Get yourself back to non-violence and not to allow the violence to get root, suffering, and it will bring ignorance. I should not allow it. This is the pratipaksha bhavana. That is the right way of living yama and niyama, having confidence over your understanding and executing that understanding very strongly. The word confidence means courage to live and execute the truths you intellectually grasp. Pratipaksha bhavana means inability to create the contrary thoughts to negativity and destroy negativity will allow negativity to grow in you. Once the negativity grasps you over, your life is hell, you're done, you're done. Whenever negativity arises in you, don't give up. Stand up till your muscle memories feel confidence. Ramana Maharshi very beautifully says, Aimbula Kalvara Agathinil entered my house to rob me. Where were you? Were you not in my inner space? So when negativity enters to rob you, very important timing. Immediately responding to your negativity, catch the thief in the right moment. Possibility. It is not necessary. You need to continuously project negativity or positivity on the future possibility. Simply seeing the future possibility without projecting negativity or positivity onto it is living prarabdha. The Zen masters say, even what you think is wrong, if it is done by a wise man and enlightened being, accept it. It is good for you. And this science, gifted to humanity by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 17th of December 2010. Let us watch this powerful discourse which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted to us for deeper understandings of this science.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today, straight way out of ignorance. Straight way to be out of ignorance. In the sutra, Patanjali gives one of the powerful method, a technique, to be out of ignorance, to establish yourself in yama and niyama, to raise yourself to the highest coherence. You will be surprised. Today's Patanjali never utters more than 5 or 6 words in one sutra, maximum 5 or 6. Sometimes just 2 words, one sutra. Even there is one sutra, only 1 word. Here, he gives a full, long, 2 lines. 21 to give for this technique. I'll read the sutra and try to express the truth expressed in this sutra, embedded in this sutra. This is the 85th sutra of Patanjali in chapter 2, 34th verse. Vidarkaha himsaha adayaha krita karita anumodita lopa krodha moha purvaka mrutu madhya adimatra dukkha ajnana ananta phala idi. Yesterday Patanjali gave us a technique how to create the contrary thoughts and establish yourself in the right yama and niyama, in the highest coherence. Now he is expanding on that same, giving an example, because he doesn't want people to misunderstand. Understand? This sutra can be very easily misunderstood. So he is giving us an example so that we don't misunderstand. We don't miss it. Because just missing this one sutra, you may miss the whole spiritual practice. Have confidence over your understanding. Falsehood and so forth, whether committed, caused or approved, either to avarice or anger or ignorance, whether slight, middling or great, they result in infinite ignorance and misery. This is the method of thinking the contrary. He is giving us the technique. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, the obstacles to yoga, such as acts of violence, are approved. They may be motivated by greed, anger or self-interest. They may be small or moderate or great, but they never cease to result in pain and ignorance. One should overcome distracting thoughts by remembering this. Swami Sachidananda translates as, when negative thought, anger or infatuation, whether indulged in with mild, medium or extreme intensity, they are based on ignorance and bring certain pain. Reflecting thus is also Pratipaksha Bhavanam. Each translation, if you see, they are actually completely from different angle. This is the greatness of Vedic tradition. We give freedom to interpret as per the understanding of an acharya way. Swami Prabhavananda, who is disciple of Vivekananda, who belongs to Vivekananda Sampradaya, he translates this completely different way and has courage and guts to publish it, and people respect it. That is the amount of freedom we have. Understand? You can refute, alter, amend your guru's words. Maybe after, I don't know, maybe 50 years, altered or even contrary. The greatness is, his translation is also accepted. In the same order publication publishes both books. That's the greatness of our tradition. Freedom of thinking, freedom of express, as I experienced this sutra. Vidarka himsadaya krita karitanumodita lopa krodha moga purvaka mrutu madhyadimatra dukkha jnananta phala iti pratipaksha bhavanam. I'll tell you exactly how Raghupati Yogi, now I can remember the whole slide as it is. How Raghupati Yogi taught me this sutra. In Arunachaleshwara temple, place called Krittigai Mandapam, that was the stone Mantapa, where he used to teach me the yoga and Yoga Sutra. He was sitting on a wooden plank. I was sitting on some 4 or 5 pillows. That's the way he will do. He will put some 4 or 5 pillows on bed and I have to sit on that. And I will have to continuously do the pranayam. The way he will teach the levitation. If I am getting down, when he removes the pillow, then he will stop and ask me to do more pranayama and kumbhaka. And then after he removes all the pillows, if I am stable in the air, then he will get his pet dog to sit under me. That fellow will be sitting. Because if I release, I will fall on the ground and I will fall on that fellow and that fellow will bite me. So I will have to be just holding on. Or even if I land, I have to land in a very slow way. Very slowly, in a very subtle way, I have to release the air. Not even through the nose. I have to release the air through the kurma nadi. Means such sensitive prana. If you release the air through the nostril itself, you will just fall. Because nostril is a too big hole. So that has to be locked. It's not called prana. It's called apana. The air which leaves your system, other than the nostril holes, is called apana. Slowly I have to release and then land on the... I have to balance and land on the dog so that he doesn't bite me. So I was sitting on 4 or 5 pillows and he had an old book in which the Sanskrit sutra will be there and Tamil translation will be there. He read out the sutra. I was sitting and asked, what does it mean? And let me exactly tell you in Tamil, then I'll translate. Because it's a... அது ஒண்ணுமில்லடா. Exactly, I'll repeat the word. ஒரு எண்ணம் வரும் பொழுது செய்யணும் அப்படின்னு தோன்றதுக்கு பதிலா இது மாத்தா வச்சா, இது மாத்துனா நமக்குள்ள என்ன நடக்கும்னு பார்த்து அந்த மாத்து எண்ணத்தை விதைக்கிறதான் பிரதிபக்ஷ பாவனம். I'll translate. When a thought and put an alternative thought, establish that in you, is called Pratibhaksha Bhavana. A very simple way he finished it. I'll explain. Step by step. This is a one technique, one process which you can practice whole day. Practice unclutching, your mind will be transformed. If you practice yoga, your body will be transformed. So each technique transforms some part of you. This is the only technique which can transform your muscle memory. Muscle memory means the part which makes the decision spontaneously to do any act and completes it for making decision and without even micro-millisecond completing the act spontaneously before even you are aware of it. Please understand. As I was telling the other day, you do not act the way you act because you are habituated. No. You are trained. No. You have engraved memories. No. There is no spirit comes such a spontaneous energy is released in you. Reality. See the funny thing. It's very funny and very difficult to understand. Grasping is such a difficult thing. So unless you understand the source of this, it's practically impossible for you to alter. Muscle memory is responsible for become aware. Such dangerous thing, you see. So the muscle memory need to be attended. This is the only technique which can attend the muscle memory. I need to expand on this technique more and more in a detailed way. Today I'll give you the simple meaning. Then I'll explain to you how to. Patanjali says, for example, violence is anti-yoga, against yoga. When you have the thought of violence, how to bring the pratipaksha bhavana, get yourself back to non-violence and not to allow the violence to get rooted in you. Remembering, no, violence will bring suffering and it will bring ignorance. I should not allow it. So he is teaching us reasoning. Down and teaching us the applied way. It means almost that this one process is so powerful, it can transform your being. If you transform your intellect, even emotion, not muscle memory, you are in suffering. I tell you. Because I have seen. I have had many disciples whose intellect and emotion was transformed. But unfortunately, they never transformed. Muscle memory transformation means every thought comes out only with a clear sensor system. The awareness and consciousness has casted their energy, their shining, their knowledge on that thought. Even if few thoughts allowed without awareness can cause so much misery and suffering, can cause so much. I have seen people suffering because they allowed just simple one or two things. Whenever the negative thoughts which are against the yoga, the purpose of your life happens in you, analyze, understand, take that thought to its logical conclusion and create the opposite understanding, means the right understanding for the purpose of your life, and raise the coherence of your system to its highest possible peak. That is the right way of living, yama and niyama. Having confidence. The word confidence means courage to live and execute the truths you intellectually grasp. I have a story for you guys. One boy goes to his father and asks, "Dad, what's the difference between confident and confidential?" Of that, I am confident. Your friend Timmy is also my son. That is confidential. Sometime you need to time the stories properly, time the jokes properly. So understanding about confidence, the courage to live the truth and execute it in your body language. In right place. Because we all suffer with this one suffering, unable to get back to the highest ideal in practical life. Again, creating the Pratipaksha Bhavana means creating contrary thoughts to negativity and bringing yourself back to your center. It's such a difficult job. People feel lazy. That is why sometimes I need to push them to do that job. Sometimes I use love, push them to get back to their center. Because inability to create Pratipaksha Bhavana will allow negativity to grow in you. Once the negativity grasps you over, your life is in hell. You are done. You are done. Even if it is fake, the restful awareness and peace and joy which you get through the fear over you. But even if it is so-called logically strong idea, if you are restless, suffering, tortured inside, those torture, restlessness and suffering will stay inside, and these strong logical thoughts will become more and more powerful over you. So Patanjali's on Yama and Niyama, highest coherence of life, and told us how to be established in that, and giving us now technique, the applied technique. When you have violence, what to do, is giving us an example. First time in Patanjali Sutra I am seeing an example. He doesn't wait to give example only. He just gives the sutra and goes. He knows, because his disciples were such high intelligent people. If he is giving example, means something very important. Disciples understand, very important. Please understand. It's a very important process for all spiritual seekers in the life. Creating contrary thoughts to negative thoughts. Because whenever negativity rises in you, don't give up. Don't flow with it. Don't go with it. Again and again and again stand up till your muscle memories feel confidence. I can say that this is the one process which has raised my whole awareness in the young age. I used to have a notebook. Whatever spiritual things I read or hear, all the essence I'll write down. Necessity to understand, I'll read that. I'll read that. I'll carry the book always with me. Book. Now I'm trying to remember the contents of my book to publish, because there are so many things I have noted down in that book which I heard from Arunagiri Yogeshwara directly. almost it's like I'll remind me. All my pratibhaksha bhavanas come to a human being. I have solution in that book. And I'll always refer to it. It's almost like my guide. I'll continuously cherish, and get those ideas back to the inner space and establish myself again into yoga. Understand? Even if you miss once the timing of creating the right thought against the wrong thought, you are caught. Timing is very important. I have a story for you about timing. Little dirty, it's okay. Sometime, for the sake of understanding, it can be accepted. A man was in the restaurant and he suddenly realized he has a gas problem in the stomach. He needed to release. He timed his gas with a beat of music. After a couple of songs, he started to feel better and relieved. He finished his coffee and noticed that suddenly everybody is staring at him. Then suddenly he remembered and realized that he was listening to his iPod. Time it properly with understanding. Don't time it based on your iPod. No, timing is really important. Ramana Maharshi says very beautifully, Aimbula kalvar agattinil pugumbodu agattini ilayo arunachala. O Lord, when my five senses entered my house to rob me and to rape me, where were you? Were you not? Immediately bring the security, the right understanding, right attitude against the negativity. Timing is very important. Timing. Immediately responding to your negativity. Catch the thief in right moment. Catch the negativity the moment he enters your house. Don't wait. You can talk to him in the police station. No. That won't work. It's like putting the camera everywhere. What is the use? Thief has disappeared. What will you do? I tell them, put better locks than the bigger cameras. If not, better to have locks. Thief is not going to be bothered. The camera is there. He comes and robs and goes away. So understand, the moment negativity enters you, put the brake, stop it. Have the inner awakening and immediately create the right understanding so that you can be out of that negativity. I'll expand on this sutra every day. Patience. Because this is the one sutra I practiced more number of times in my life, more than unclutching. Because unclutching just in 2 times, 2 moments. But this only made my whole bio-memory pure and radiating. I bless you all to achieve Nithyananda Thank you.
Yes, and now with that powerful right understanding of Pratipaksha Bhavana, the science that has been given to us through the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, and the explanation, the beautiful understandings, take up a few internalization exercises where we can apply what we have learned and understand this science further. So, in this first exercise, you can look into yourself and see where you close the doors for possibility. Sometimes it could be learning a new language or learning something as fear is nothing but the projection of negativity on the future possibility, and you can pen them down. So you can take a couple of minutes for this exercise and internalize this understandings further.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, let's internalize further. Pen down the action your muscle memory took when the negativity tried to break in you. Fell asleep, scratched an old wound, went for a drive, went for a drink, entertained a smoke, had a long phone conversations. Look, so now let's take a couple of minutes to internalize this further.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Param. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, further, the next step. Now, let's look at how to break the negativity. Just pick one action and look back. In that exact moment, what was going through you? What emotion were you feeling? What words were you using for yourself? For example, it won't happen now. I missed the deadline. I'm done. How often do you use these words? Why are you doing what you're doing? So now, take minutes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
And now let's move into the next step in this exercise. Let's change the future, complete and go beyond. Just pick one cognition, relive intensely the first time you worked out of this cognition. Speak intensely. You can set up one for yourself. So speak intensely to the Supreme. Tell your friends that they might also be unconsciously addicted to certain habits that's stopping their possibility and impacting their health. So let's take a couple more minutes now for this internalization and deeper understanding.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Where we have learned more about the deeper understandings, the knowledge that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given as we prepare ourselves to receive the Darshan and Devi Durga Parameshwar Devalayam in Adi Kailasa. With these powerful cognitions, get ready to receive Devi Parashakti's as we participate
Now, let us see, for all these days, how even we celebrated Radha Rajeshwari, and then Maha Meenakshi, and then Kamakshi, Annapurneshwari, Vishalakshi, and Shaina Tirukkolam, and then Devi Lakshmi, and today Durga. And then tomorrow we're going to celebrate the Adi Parashakti as Saraswati. So these are the various offerings, are Maha Shodasopachara Puja, Chandi Homa, Vishesha Dravya Homa, and Purnahuti, Dasha Bhairava Puja, Kumari Puja, Suvasini Puja, Durga Pratima Pratishtapana, Durga Saptami Puja, Arati, Devi Mahatyam Parayanam, Durga Ashtami Puja, and Durga Kumari Puja, Durga Navami Puja, Ayudha Puja, Mahanaivedya Seva on Vijayadashami, Pada Puja on Vijayadashami, Tulabharam on Vijayadashami, Ussava Venkateshwara Alankara Seva, Ussava Venkateshwara Navakalasha Abhishekam.
And let us now understand more about the various sevas and rituals that we can offer. So the alankar decorated in the Alankara means decoration and also that which causes the deep sense of fulfillment. Alamkara, alamkaroti iti alankara. So you can offer this alankara seva on the website www.kailasamailer.com/seva.
The next is Ussava Ambala.
And the cost for the seva is 500.
The next is the Ussava Ambal Alankara Seva. Every day, the Ussava Murti of Parashakti is decorated in her various different manifestations. Offering of the Alankara Seva, who liberates us from the cycle of birth and death. Ussava Ambal Alankara Seva is $508 US.
And the next offering is the Swamiji Vishesha Ambal Alankara Seva. Every day, the Sachala Murti of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Garbha Mandir of the Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalayam is decorated in the various manifestations of Parashakti. Pontiff of Hinduism bestows the deep fulfillment in life, thereby taking us closer to the Guru who liberates us from the cycle of birth. And in the Mahatmyam, gives this boon and blessings to all the beings, which from the Mathurana has the of her devotees, and it says, Bhavishyati tada tadavati. Trouble arises due to the advent of the demons. I shall incarnate and destroy the foes. So during this Navaratri, we are celebrating Devi Parashakti and the happening of Devi Parashakti. So let us see further the various other.
Vishesha Sodashopachara Puja. The Ussava Murti of Parashakti is decorated in her various manifestations and is worshipped with 16 offerings that are favorite to Parashakti. As part of it, a special Samputika Archana will be offered with the 108 names of her manifestations describing her divine qualities. Samputika Karana is unique to the Shakta Sampradaya, where two mantras are merged together to offer worship. A select verse from the Devi Mahatyam will be merged with the 108 names and the next is Chandi Homa, Vishesha Dravya Homa, and Purnahuti. Chanting Sanskrit mantra, when chanted by power manifestators, Dvijas, that means twice born, are those who are reborn from Shaktipata, clearing the air of the fire ritual. We have to have the cosmic permission to invoke Chandika at the chanting of the Devi Mahatyam to be repeated 10 times to bring a cosmic alliance to invoke Chandika Devi in the Agni. In order to do oblations into the Chandi Agni, for the 700 verses of the Devi Mahatyam, the repetition of the chanting of the 700 verses should happen 10 times. This is what is known as the Shamsha. It is a powerful way to consecrate the very Vatavarana, the spiritual ecosystem of the Yajna Shala, of the place of fire worship. The group will be chanting 10 times repetition part within which Chandika Parameshwari is invoked. The veneration can bring life positive effects to anyone who hears these sacred shlokas according to the chapter 11 of Devi energies, Devata of Chandika Parameshwari are invoked in numerous water parts surrounding the yajna is described in the scriptures to be the 9x9 grid format, which has the Pradhana Kalasha as the central square of the mandala grid. Toranam represents 4 Vedas, representing the Yajnishala for negative energies to warded off. The 4 Vedas are the most life positive vibrations that create a protective environment. Each Veda is involved in a fire well, the occurrence of banyan, people, ati, and parasu in scripture is always associated with auspiciousness. Trees grow in a particular environment. That ecosystem is not just including physical features of soil, type, and animal, extremely spiritual and peaceful canopy to the beings who live under them. The leaves from these spiritual charged faces can hold the positive thought current that powerfully repel negative energies when enhanced with the Veda mantras. They further energize the Yagashala. The Vishesha Dravya Homam is the offering. Vishnu, Rudra, and Ananta are invoked within the Agnikunda. The Agnikunda stop is said to be the very mouth of the gods, while the pit below is the stomach of the god. The Vishesha Dravya Homa, various fruits, cooked rice, the coconut is offered as it represents the head of the Devata. Finally, the Annam is adorned with the clothing and flower garlands and is worshipped in the embodiment of the Devata. In the Purnahuti, the Homa select offerings of turmeric, kumkum, and favorite dry fruits of Devi such as almond tree, silver mangalyam, silver coins, and flower garlands to Chandika Devi. The Mangalya Sutra is the auspicious thread that is tied when a woman marries. This thread as a medallion that symbolizes the chastity and elevates the woman as a goddess, a literal embodiment of Parashakti herself. This is the offering of silver, the highest metals that can hold and radiate energy. It is one of the rarest offerings made into the Chandi Agni when the metal itself is consumed by the Agni and given to the cosmic energy directly. The Chandi Homa, Vishesha Dravya Homa, and Purnahuti is 5,008 US dollars.
Devi Mahatmya. The various verses of Devi Mahatmyam describe the innumerable benefits of offering the Chandi Homa. In the 12th chapter, the many verses describe these benefits. It is said in the Devi Mahatmyam that the offering of the Chandi Homa can bestow upon the devotees the blessings for the removal of all problems, avoiding all untoward happenings in life, avoiding bad happenings, poverty, separation from beloved ones, the removal of fear from enemies, robbers and kings, weapons, fire and flood, saves from all epidemic calamities and natural calamities. And without doubt, all the troubles will be removed by Devi if this Homa is done during the Navaratri, and the participant will be blessed with riches, grains, and children. One becomes fearless, enemies perish, welfare accrues, and the family rejoices. And all of these benefits are described in the Devi Mahatmya Homa. Devi Mahatmya further describes the planets turn favorable and result of good dreams manifest. Completion manifests in between human beings. The presence of all evil spirits are driven away. All the world pleasures that are sought manifest, and also the supreme union with the cosmic mother happens. One becomes Siddha, enlightened.
Devi grace happens bestowing the below, according to the verse 20 of Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, dangers of being alone in the forest, surrounded by forest fire, surrounded by robbers in a resolute spot, while captured by enemies. One is saved even further dangers and protected by Devi when chased by a lion, a tiger, when chased by wild elephants in the forest, and when one is the target of the order of a wrathful king, and one is sentenced to death, and one is imprisoned, and one when one is tossed about the boat by a tempest in the ocean, when one is the most terrible battle under the shower of weapons, and all other dreadful troubles.
By the blessings of Devi Parashakti, Devi Durga, by offering of Chandi Homa. Untoward death doesn't happen for him, the one who offers the Homa. And after natural death, he attains moksha. All the world pleasures that are sought manifest, and also the supreme union with the cosmic mother happens. Evil possessions haunting the children are removed. The presence of all evil spirits are driven away, and completion manifests in between human beings. So all of these various Devi Mahatmya, and you can register for the Chandi Homa on the website www. Day of Navaratri, the 9 days, and every night the Purnahuti is offered. The Vishesha Dravya Homa and Purnahuti is offered in the Chandi Homa.
The next offering is Rajarajeshwari Ekadasha Dravya Abhishekam and Snapana Abhishekam. This is a very special offering where, as per the Shakta Agamas, 11 types of dravyams of Abhishekams, items such as the rice flour, turmeric powder, Jaladravya powder, Panchamritam, milk, curd, ghee, honey, sugarcane juice, fruit juice, tender coconut water, and Gandha Jalam will be offered to the Mulavar Rajarajeshwari in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam. Finally, the energized waters of Chandi Homa Kalashas and the Shanka, the conch, which have been consecrated during the entire day by various powerful mantras, and the rituals are offered unto the deity of Sri Rajarajeshwari. So the Radharajeshwari Eka Dasha Dravya Abhishekam with Snapana Abhishekam is $1,008 US.
The next offering during these celebrations of Navaratri is the Kumari Puja, the Dashabhai, the rarest of rituals when Devi Parashakti is invoked in the living persons and worshipped. Through the initiation and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, the 9 forms of Devi manifest in the women and children present for the puja, and when they accept our offerings and worship. Hinduism is a religion where everything is Devi Parashakti. The highest auspicious thought currents that occur in that person will be mirrored in our brain as well. A heightened feeling of connection to Parashakti will manifest when we see her in a physical form, receiving our worship as Parashakti. So you can make these offerings of Kumari Puja, Dashabhairava Puja.
Kumari Puja, Dashabhairava Puja, Suvatini Puja. Kumari Puja is the children are the pure manifestations of Parashakti with an innocent powerfulness through which the divine can be glimpsed. Parashakti's own extensions are the Kumaris. The Dashabhairava Puja, this puja is offered to young boys who are blessed by and initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to radiate powerfulness and manifestations of Parashakti of the Dashabhairavas. Then Suvasini Puja, the married women who are initiates of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sit as the forms of Parashakti, represents as actual physical body of a Suvasini. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that women are an embodiment of Parashakti. Here is a unique ritual in Hinduism recreating the same sacred sentiments Sri Ramakrishna had when he offered the Jadadhadri Puja to Sri Sharada Devi. You can offer at $1,000 every day. These 3 pujas happen at the Adi Kailash, Sarvagnya Pitam,
which was performed on the day of Saptami, and the deity of goddess Durga, the Prana Pratishtapana, was performed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And in this sacred ritual, the Kularnava Tantra describes in detail the worship of Durga Devi, which is made out of clay. The Agamic injunctions prescribe the details on the way the clay should be procured. They describe exactly from which land the mud should be procured. And these grand deities are made with the exact proportion as per the Shastras and are colored and decorated in the exact icon of Hindu feminism, where the cosmic mother, the cosmic feminine, vanquishes the mass negativity. Tremendous amount of energy lands when Durga Devi receives the Prana Pratishtapana by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji. And this sacred ritual was performed in the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Sarvagna Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya. We continue to celebrate Durga Devi.
The next is Durga Saptami Puja. The tradition of Durga Puja is an ancient way for anyone to receive the grace and blessings of Paramashakti. When she manifests powerfully in the cosmos during the nights of Navaratri, the Durga Puja is described in the Kularnava Tantra, and it is done with a great pride and devotion in the traditions of Bengal. The Durga Puja is an elaborate and intimate ritual where Bhagavati Durga graces and is worshipped with all the best of the best offerings described in the Agamas. The family of Bhagavati Durga, Ganesha, Subramanya, Saraswati, along with their respective Vahanas, all are worshipped and celebrated in the puja. This puja comprises of Mahishasura, Sodaso, this puja comprises of Mahasnana, Sodashopachara puja, Arati, and this puja is described in such detail and done preparing all year. The Durga Saptami Puja is $1,008 US.
And the next offering to Devi Durga, the celebrations during this Navaratri, is the offering of flames in the various covered lamps. The Gopura Arati is numbered representing when we light these towered lamps and offer them to our beloved deities, the lamps awaken and align our energy centers to receive the darshan of Ram and Tavil. Take us to a surreal experience of deities' darshan and transport us to the authentic experience of Kailasa's ambience. So you can offer this Durga Puja Arati on the days of Saptami, Ashtami and Navami, and you can register for this on the Seva on the website www.kailasamailer.com. Devi Parashakti, the grace and compassion of Devi Parashakti. This verse says, Sarvaswarupe Sarveshe Sarvashaktisude. The translation for this verse, O Queen of all, you who exist in the form of all and possess every night, save us from terror, O Devi. Salutation be to you, Devi Durga. So you can make this offering of the Durga $1,008 US.
The next is the Devi Mahatyam Parayanam. Devi Mahatyam literally means glory of the goddess, is also known as Durga Saptasati, a Chandi Pata. Describes the victory of the goddess Durga over the evil forces as such as Madhukaitab, Mahishasura, Dhumralochana, Chandmula Prakriti, the root nature of all that manifests. She is the force that drives everything in the universe. Devi Mahatyam is also significant in that it regards various forms of the Devi, ranging from the fearsome, dangerous Kali to the benign and gentle Sri, as fundamentally unified. 10 priests will be chanting the Devi Mahatyam, which will makes it a total of 7,000 verses every day. So Devi Mahatya Parayana for this is Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Vishnu Maye Samstita Namashu Vishnu Mayeti Samstita Namastaste 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 Namo Namaha. The first sloka gives respect to Vishnu Maya. O Devi, you are the existing in the form of energy in all. I bow down to you. I bow down to you. I bow down to you. The cost for the Devi Mahatyam offering is 500 $108 US.
The next puja. This ritual is the recreation of the cosmological event when Devi Durga slayed the demon Mahishasura. The event when mass negativity was removed by Devi on the time transition between Saptami and Ashtami. This is the Sandhi. At this time, a grand puja is offered to Durga Devi along with Lakshmi, Saraswati, Ganesha, and Subramaniam. When these cosmological events are recreated at the same time in history, the stars and celestial bodies are in the same position as they were years ago. The same possibilities of events happen. The same mass negativity will be attended to by the cosmic mother. These rituals are the times when the same energies of the cosmos manifest as a divine clairvoyance and clear the mass negativity from the planet. So you can register for the Durga Ashtami Puja on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
The next is the Ashtami Kumari Puja. Kumari Puja is the ritual done before Devi Durga when a young girl is decorated and worshipped as the embodiment and representation of Durga Devi. This is one of the rarest pujas when the cosmic mother comes in the form of a young girl child, especially after the powerful Sandhi Puja. The ferocious energy of Durga Devi is pacified as she appears as a young child, accepting our prayers, and for Devi for removing Mahishasura is remembered as the puja is offered to Devi as Kumari. The scriptural reference is Sarvasvarupe Sarveshe Sarvashakti Samanvide, O Queen of all, you who exists in the form of all and possesses every right, every night, save us from terror, O Devi. Salutations to be with you, Devi Durga. This Devi Mahatyam, $.
The next offering is the Durga Navami Sandhi Puja and the Navami Homa by Devi on the time transition between Ashtami and Navami. This is the Sandhi. At this time, a grand puja is offered to Durga Devi along with Lakshmi, Saraswati, Ganesha, and Subramanya. And when these cosmological events are recreated at the same time in history, the stars and celestial bodies are in the same position as they were years ago. The same possibilities of events happen. The same mass negativity will be attended to by the cosmic mother. These rituals are the times when the same energies of the cosmos manifest as a divine clairvoyance and clear the mass negativity from the planet. Navami Homam is a unique fire ritual done before Durga Devi Pratima, chanting a unique mantra for Durga Devi, who is invoked in the form of Dagni. They can make this offering of the Durga Navami Sandhi Puja and Navami Homam on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and the cost of this puja and homa is 1,008 US.
The next is Ayudha Puja. On the auspicious day, it is known as Ayudha Puja and is done in every Hindu home. All the tools are washed and kept in an altar. All the cars are also washed and fresh sandalwood paste is applied on them and puja is offered. Special naivedyams and sweets are prepared for the occasion. This day, Parashakti, who is present in all the tools and vehicles that help our lives become smooth and efficient. It's the day of rejuvenation when all the homes are cleared and all the corners of the home and all the doors are refreshed with the fresh incense and sandalwood paste. The Ayuda Puja, the cost is $508.
The next offering to Devi Parashakti during these celebrations of Navaratri is the Utsava Rajamar to the deity of Devi Raja Rajeshwari. It is a magnificent armor that covers the deity and allows one to have the darshan of the deity in her grand glory. The golden kavacham is an offering of our love and gratitude to the deity of Vagnapita, and Utsava Rajarajeshwari Swaranangi, and you can register for this seva on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and the cost of
The next is Pada Puja on Vijayadashami. The scriptural reference from the Guru Gita says, Soshanam Papa Pankasya Deepanam Jnana Tejasam Guru Padodakam Samya Samsara sense, lights the fire of Maya in the right way. The offering of Pada Puja at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on auspicious Vijayadashami day, which is upcoming. You can choose to offer this. And the cost is $1,008.
we can go back to the previous slide. No? Yes. So yeah, the Mahanaivedya Seva. The next slide. The Mahanaivedya Seva on the day of Vijayadashami. Yes. So on the auspicious occasion of Vijayadashami, the Annalayas of Adi Kailasa and the devotees of the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya offer the Mahanaivedya Seva to our beloved Swamiji, our Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, 8 varieties of food. This celebration is an offering of our deep love and gratitude to our beloved Swamiji. The Mahanaivedya Seva is one of the choicest offerings one can make, celebrating Bhagwan's presence in one nation of Vijayadashami. And you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and the cost of this seva is $1,008.
The next is the Tulabharam on Vijayadashami. Tulabharam is the ritual where material donations are made to the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, against the weight of his deity. The scriptures describe the various items that can be offered, from jaggery to sugar to silver and gold. Tula means scale. It is a scale, the Tula Bharam on Vijay Dashami cost is 10,008 US dollars.
The next offering during this Venkateshwara Brahmotsavam, which is also being celebrated on these days of Dasara and Navaratri celebrations, you can make the offering of the Venkateshwara Utsava Murti Alankara Seva to Bhagavan Venkateshwara. Offering of the Alankara Seva to the deity of Venkateshwara bestows the deep fulfillment in life, thereby taking us closer to the Guru who liberates us from the cycle of birth and death. Every day, the Utsava Murti of Bhagavan Venkateshwara is dressed and decked in his various manifestations, gracing on various vahanas or vehicles. Venkateshwara is the Alankara Priya, the one who loves to be decorated with the finest clothing and jewelry, offering the most favorite treasures in the form of clothing, jewelry, and flower garlands pleases Bhagavan Venkateshwara. And this verse describes the glory of Bhagavan Venkateshwara. It says, Sahasrashirsham Devam Vishwaksham Vishwashambhuvam Vishwainarayanam Devam Aksharam Paramam Padam. The translation for this verse: this universe is the headed and multi-eyed, that is the omnipresent and omniscient, the resplendent, the source of delight for the whole universe. And as we celebrate Bhagavan Venkateshwara during this Venkateshwara Brahmotsavam, you can offer the Venkateshwara Utsava Murti Alankara. You can sign up for this seva on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
Friday afternoon, the Srivari Venkateshwara Brahmotsavam, the Lord of the Seven Hills, Venkateshwara Utsavam, is offered a favorite of Venkateshwara, the milk, curd, ghee, honey, fruit juices, coconut water, chandana jalam, shada jalam, haritra jalam. When we offer these seva, we get the grace and blessings of the Venkateshwara for healthy and prosperous relationship. Utsava Venkateshwara Navakalasa Abhishekam, the cost is 508 US dollars.
register for all the offerings, the sacred rituals and the sevas during these celebrations of Navaratri and Venkateshwara Brahmotsavam. So the website is www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can click on the Learn More button and get more details about the various offerings for Navaratri. And you can also click on the Venkateshwara Brahmotsavam link for details of the offerings and sevas for Bhagavan Venkateshwara during this Venkateshwara Brahmotsavam. So let us look into the various offerings for Navaratri and the Venkateshwara Brahmotsavam. So when you click on the link for Navaratri, you can find the details of all the Navaratri that can be made to Devi Parashakti, the various rituals that can be offered, and you can participate on all of these various rituals. So the Dasha Bhairava Puja, the Kumari Puja, and the way they Mahatmyam Parayanam is also every day of the Brahmotsavam, and the is also offered every day, and the deities of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Garbha Mandir is decorated in the various manifestations of Devi each day. So you can register for the Alankara Seva. The Vishesha Shodashopachara Puja is offered every day also. The Chandi Homa, 9 days of celebration of Navaratri, of celebrating the happening of Devi. And the Purnahuti is throughout the day, 7,000 verses, 700 verses chanted by 10, and then the Purnahuti is offered. The Chandi Homa is offered to Devi Parashakti. And as we are celebrating, you can also offer the various special pujas and offerings of Ashtami, Navami, and Dashami. So we have the Saraswati Utsava Ambal Alankara Seva on day 9. And we have the Devi Durga Ambal. We will be celebrating the Durga Ashtami on day 8. So you can offer the Devi Durga Alankara Sesha Dravya Homa and Purnahuti. So you can make these various offerings on the website. You can learn more. And for the Venkateshwara Brahmotsavam, you can make all of these offerings. You can learn more about these offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And with this, now we'll move to the next segments, where we'll have the blessings and grace to witness the sacred rituals directly from Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, and have the direct darshan of Devi Parashakti and Bhagwan Venkateshwara, and of course the direct live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, will be gracing and blessing us on this occasion as we celebrate Devi Navaratri and Venkateshwara Brahmotsav. So now let us get ready for receiving the live darshan and witnessing the sacred rituals and pujas offerings from Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya. With this, we'll move to the darshan. Get ready for the darshan of Devi and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's chant the Mahavakya and get ready to receive the live darshan and witness the sacred rituals from the temple. So let's now chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om. Om.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, everyone. Very warm welcome to today's Ask the Avatar with His Holiness the great living Avatar, Bhagwan Paramamsa Sri Nithyananda Swami. Today on Ask the Avatar, you are going to get to hear the roar of a lion with his cub. I've been getting a lot of feedback from people around the world. They're telling me the hottest seat on planet Earth right now is not that of a presidential candidate, or is not that of being at the top in the entertainment industry. It is not at being on some billionaire seat. No, it is the seat right opposite to the Avatar. In every Ask the Avatar, a beautiful alchemy happens. And it gives me great pride, honor to introduce the first monastic disciple of Paramamsa Nithyananda to be gracing the seat on Ask the Avatar. Her name is Ma Nithya Nyanatmananda Swami. I know worldwide. Yes, as I'm seeing this image, it really does look apt. The mighty lion and his equally mighty cub. I'm seeing all the wild excitement and the applause. Please understand, for Nyanatmananda Swami, it is not just an applause that generates out of, polite acceptance of someone walking on stage. She is one of the most loved people in the Sangha all across the world. Most sought after. She is an adept in the yogic powers that His Holiness has initiated her into. Right from being able to scan human bodies, give a perfect solution that even surpasses that of medical diagnosis. Being able to express the powers of remote vision, look across thousands and thousands of miles. Being able to scan what's going on in people's lives in their homes, giving them a spiritual solution. Being able to mind read, being able to give healing, spiritual healing across extraordinary distances. These are very few of what I can speak of for my dear friend. Today, before we head off into this really exciting Ask the Avatar, I wish to give a beautiful introduction to who she is, how she came to be. Stay tuned and give us your listening. Ma Nithya Nyanatmananda Swami, hear her story. She hails from a very traditional Brahmin family from Chennai, India. She grew up with her parents and an only brother. Naturally, you will be thinking it's a very pampered life. Temples, rituals, pujas were a part of her daily life from her early years. For 7 years, that is from when Ma Jnanatmananda Swami was 15 to the age of 21. In her life, she remembers going to the temple every single day and chanting Vedic stotras or Vedic chants, hymns daily. She was formally trained in chanting in her school, and she also won many prizes in chanting competitions. From the time she realized herself, she knew she was a devotee of Lord Shiva, and Shiva was the only God that existed for her. Little did she know that she was going to be living around him after a few years. You know, in our Sangha, we very lovingly refer to her as the Nandi of Sadashiva. Because wherever Swamiji is, she's sitting right there, precisely in the position of Nandi with an unobstructed view. Absolute unobstructed view.
Actually,
Jnanatma Swami.
Nandi has two meanings. The Nandi is seen as an ardent devotee of Sadashiva. Nandi is also seen as somebody who comes between you and Sadashiva. So I would like to stick to the earlier cognition of Nandi, not somebody who's coming between you and Swamiji.
I think she was really compelled to give that clarification to all of you, to not leave any doubts as to which category of Nandi she is fitting into. Let me introduce her further. Jnanatma Swami, Ma Nithyananda Swami, she excelled in academics without any kind of struggle. She was a consistent school topper. Did her undergraduate from a top university in India called BITS Pilani, and she was a university second rank holder in a master's degree in computer science, graduating from the North Carolina State University in the US. Subsequently, she also took up her dream job as a software developer at Microsoft at Seattle. Life was pretty much going on as expected. Successful, young, having everything at your fingertips, until life gave a wake-up call in the form of her marriage. A marriage. I'm getting a lot of reactions to that. Wake-up call in the form of a marriage which lasted precisely less than 3 months. It made her realize the true purpose of her life, and she started seeking something much deeper than what she had on the surface. Now, moving on to today, in the As the Avatar episode of the day, Ma Nithyananda Swami is going to interview our beloved Swamiji. And today's episode is Roar of the Lion with his Cub. See, you might all be wondering why from the beginning we're saying roar of the lion, roar of the lion. For people who are watching us for the very first time, you are very new and you have not heard of the delightfully delectable story of the lion and his cub that was expounded on by Swamiji himself. There is something that you need to watch before we enter today's actual episode, where Jnanatma Swami places her questions on behalf of the world at the feet of the Avatar. What is the relation of the lion and his cub? In today's Ask the Avatar, we'd love for you to watch a beautiful video which explains the title and the spiritual context behind today's episode.
There was a lioness. She was pregnant, about to deliver. But she is hungry. She only has to work and get the food. So she went for hunting. when she jumped to attack a attack a goat, from sheep, attack a goat, it became a little too much. She fell on the ground, the blow was so much, she delivered the baby and died. The cub was born and the mother dead, lioness died. All the goats ran here, hither and thither, but suddenly they found that nobody is attacking them and no sound. They turned back and they saw the lioness was dead. And near the lioness there was a small cub, cute cub, trying to look here and there and play around, roll on the mud. And all these guys go there near to see what it is. They say, bah. And the whole sheep, they took the cub with them, and the fellow started growing there. Slowly, he started eating the grass just like any other goat, and started making the same sound. He was growing. Everything was going smooth. Everything was going well. Nothing wrong. Suddenly one day, big storm. One lion saw this whole sheep and one cub running around with the sheep. He was shocked, surprised. Next day the lion again came back to the same place, waited for this sheep to move, and he just jumped and caught only that cub. And that fellow started bleating same way. Ah, ah. And next day again he waits. Again he jumps and catches the same cub, holds him by neck and say, look, you are a lion. You are not goat. Don't be stupid. That fellow starts screaming, no, I am sheep, I am goat, leave me. What he is telling me to do? Why should he every day catch me but not eat me? And why is he letting me go every day? What is mirror? Next day, the same team, same group, same route. He stands from a distance and asks, can you tell what is mirror? Dialed avatar call. Mirror, you can't get in the forest. Go and see in the river water or in the pond water. In the silent night. That is the only thing you can do. Means blessing. I'll make it happen. Any way you want. The fellow from there itself runs. Doesn't want to come near. Runs. By now, the touch 2-3 times has made his biomemory believe he's a good guy. The lion says, all right, come on, ask the questions, give the mic to him. Second day, he comes without the sheep, little closer, but not to the level where he can touch, but little closer, and says, I think I trust you that I brought something. Lion asks, smiles and asks, what did you bring? The best grass. I am a grass retailer. The best grass I brought. We all enjoy. I'll leave it here. Will you also eat a little bit? And lion says, why? Why did you bring grass? This fellow feeling little fear and shy all together. He just drops the grass and says, runs to a certain distance, I brought it because I love you, and runs away. They say, I am telling you, I have no vested interest. I am not here to cheat you. I am not here to waste your time, waste your life. I am here to reveal the real you to you. And that's all matters. First time he looks into the eyes of the lion and sees the powerfulness and compassion. His being already started listening to the lion. Now the cub knows he cannot deny the lion completely, but he is afraid. What will happen to my mother, father, and so many other things I left? Today, he comfortably sat next to him, and it was very nice feeling without the crowd disturbance. He is just sitting, and suddenly the lion roars. Roar. See, your sound is different, my sound is different. Lion says, don't worry. Wait. Come for a few more days. No. Maybe you are telling right, but that is not right for me. And lion says, okay, come back tomorrow. And then again next day. Now the lion feels responsible. He just catches him by the neck. The cub is not completely frightened that he will be killed, but he feels, hey, why are you catching me so? Leave me. And lion has kept a mirror, and it just puts the mirror. Look who you are. Oh, that is your photograph? He shakes the head and, look who you are. Do you see it is shaking? He says, you are shaking now. See, I am stable. See the mirror. See. I am only shaking. Then he throws the mirror. Turns. Look into my eyes. The moment both eyes met, merged. Awakening of the third eye. The fellow roars, yes, it is me. Both go for a walk. Evening walk in the banks of Ganga.
What a delectable, experiential taking through of Jnanatma Swami's life. I'm sure, like me, each and every one of us actually went through her life, went through the journey. See, that was a moment when life introduced her to Swamiji, to Paramahamsa Nithyananda. The first live discourse of Swamiji at Microsoft made her realize that he was the one she had been worshipping. He was the one she was looking out for all her life. And not surprisingly, the discourse changed her course of life. One discourse led to another, and in a short while, she found herself as one of the Pujacharyas, that means a priest, and a core volunteer of the Nithyananda Vedic Temple at Seattle. During her first Inner Awakening program in the July 2009, she decided to become a sannyasi and subsequently quit her job, joined as an Adinavasi in November 2009. She was then in charge of the Human Resource Department to start with and moved on to coordinating the ever popular master program called the Inner Awakening Retreat. She has been the Inner Awakening coordinator for more than 42 Inner Awakenings. And now heads the Nithyanandam department in the Sangha. Speaking about her initiation into Purna Sannyas, Ma Nithyananda Swami got initiated into Purna Sannyas on the auspicious day of Mahashivaratri on the 10th of March 2013. Since then, she has dedicated her life and beyond to Nithyananda, the master, Nithyanandam, the master's teaching, and Nithyananda Sangha, the community, the enlightened community created by the master. She is committed to living the four tattvas teachings of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching herself and the world. Well known among all the devotees and disciples as a favorite of Swamiji and as a favorite of Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time. She wishes to remain the same and wants to be a channel for Swamiji's teachings to enrich and enrich the whole world. Now, we're not done yet. I'd like all of you to watch a very special video on Ma Nithyananda Swami, her life as an Adinavasi in the last 8 years.
शरणं परमहंस नित्यानन्द सद्गुरु शरणं परमहंस नित्यानन्द सद्गुरु शरणं परमहंस नित्यानन्द सद्गुरु शरणं परमहंस नित्यानन्द सद्गुरु सुवर्ण पद्मिनी तटान्त दिव्यहर्म्यवासिने सुपर्णवाहन प्रियाय सूर्यकोटि तेजसे सुवर्ण पद्मिनी तटान्त दिव्यहर्म्यवासिने सुपर्णवाहन प्रियाय सूर्यकोटि तेजसे अपर्णया विहारिणे धनान्धरेन्द्रधारिणे सदा नित्यानन्दाय ते नित्यानन्दाय शम्भवे अपर्णया विहारिणे धनान्धरेन्द्रधारिणे सदा नित्यानन्दाय ते नित्यानन्दाय शम्भवे शरणं परमहंस नित्यानन्द सद्गुरु 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 शरणं परमहंस नित्यानन्द सद्गुरु
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. First, I want to start off with expressing my immense gratitude for Swamiji himself. And born somewhere, was brought up somewhere, studied in some college, some university, roaming around in the world like a headless chicken. Swamiji literally handpicked me and gave me this lifestyle, and I really want to start with expressing my immense gratitude for Swamiji for giving me this wonderful lifestyle. Because I don't know how many people are there in the world who are jealous of their own lives. And I can say very proudly with all integrity and authenticity, I am really, really jealous of my own life, the life that Swamiji has blessed me with, and I can only offer it as a gratitude at Swamiji's feet. Nothing else. Because sometimes when you are given the best life possible on the planet Earth, you yourself sometimes do not realize, and it was such a huge wake-up call for myself this morning when I was just going through all these pictures, looking at all the opportunities that Swamiji has given me, and I'm putting it on record that absolutely no qualification on my side. In spite of all the troubles that I have given him, that Swamiji has gifted and blessed me with this lifestyle, and it is just, it is nothing but a pure blessing from Swamiji, nothing else, nothing from my side at all, but just a pure blessing from Swamiji, who decided to handpick me for whatever reason and kept me around him for the last 8 years, literally living at the feet of Swamiji. Swamiji, I want to start off with a question of how does it feel to be an avatar? How does it feel for you? Because we know the space of a disciple, and we know you're always there for us, protecting us, showering us with all the compassion. But for you, how does it feel to be in the space of the avatar?
Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. How does it feel to be an avatar? Just like Jnanatma was telling, today morning only she was compiling her whole Adinavasi life. Now only I am compiling. How does it feel like to be an avatar? Understand, when the shoe fits, leg is forgotten. When the belt fits, belly is forgotten. When the crown fits, head is forgotten. When the chain fits, neck is forgotten. If something is remembered, only then it is not fitting. Only if it is not fitting, it is remembered. When she says, only today I am remembering the Adinavasi, she has fit with the whole thing. That is why it is not remembered. When she asks, how does it feel to be an Adinavasi? when she asked me, how does it feel to be a incarnation? Only now I am looking back, how does it feel? My life is my feeling. How it feels to be an incarnation, if I put it in few words technically, it's like morning. Somewhere in the Kailasa, almost zooming out few trillion kilometers away or miles away. And I don't know how many, you can't even equate it with any trillion, billion miles. And then slowly opening the eyes and seeing, oh, planet Earth. Yes, okay, India. All right, Bangalore. Yes. Bangalore Adinam only. Banyan tree is there. Come on, okay. Room, quarters. And then, hey, what happened in the sacred arts? 3 deities are supposed to arrive. Jnanatma ready for the class. Ask what time my session. It is like the whole spectrum of universe available. And one more thing I want to add. The whole introduction, during the whole introduction, I kept quiet means I accepted the whole introduction. Understand? I am attesting, acknowledging. Actually, I was just seeing the way the Mahayoga started. Every word they uttered is true. The whole introduction is absolutely right. When a person who sits with me for so many years, when she asks, I will have to reveal as it is. All-knowingness and the responsibility it brings, and compassion which is needed towards the people when I am performing my responsibilities, giving them enough opportunity to evolve. This whole different tunes and rhythms of the cosmos. One side, the enormous powers available at the disposal, just free will. The other side, enormous responsibility. When things are enormous in front of you, naturally whatever you do is right. See, it is very easy to live with an atmosphere where whatever you do is wrong, people blame, so you can just keep quiet without doing anything. But it is very difficult to live in a space, whatever you do is right, then you have to do everything right because you are responsible. It's a huge responsibility. To be precise, let me put it in a precise few words, map it down to the language which you guys understand. Cognition of the whole cosmos, Mahasadashiva, operating using this body and mind and this system. This system knows only one thing: it is being used by the cosmos, so the cosmos is going to do what it wants to do through this body and mind, and it will protect, take care this body and mind, and manifest whatever is required whenever is required. Because of that grounded cognition, even this body and mind does not have any anxiety to know what is going to happen in the future. See, only with anxiety you feel like what will happen in the future. Many times, this body and mind does not even have an anxiety to know what is going to happen in the future, so it does not even bother to look what is going to happen in the future. It knows Sadashiva is operating and he is going to do what he needs to do, and he will protect. How he will protect? Sometimes even the close circle people think, people who lived closely think, what is this big problem? He doesn't know the solution. How is he going to give the solution for others? Understand, I am bothered, anxious about your future, so I look what is going to happen to you in future. I am not bothered or anxious about my future, so I never look what is going to happen in my future. Understand, only about which I am anxious I will look. About you I am anxious. About me I am not. I am too certain. That's why I don't look. For you I use my powers, but never for me. Because I know for sure I have to protect you. For me, I know I am protected. This grounding and the all-knowing of that cognition and the paradox of not knowing even about the next step because there is no anxiety. Understand, all-knowing Sarvanyatva, because it is so well grounded in that Sarvanyatva, not interested in peeping out of the window and looking what is going to happen tomorrow. This paradox, or I should say this union of man and God, or in my own way, Godal and many. The paradox of this mixture of all this is what precisely is Nithyananda. Understand even the people. Understand I am a paradox for the people who can't understand union of all the paradoxes, for the people who are grasping, who are able to grasp me, completion of God and man, who try to receive something from me, incarnation for the people who are manifesting powers through me, ultimate for the people who are feeling completely empowered by me. Whatever the other's image is posed on me, imposed on me, or superimposed on me, the precise inner image I feel and the outer image I wanted to project is all of these words and a huge component which cannot be verbalized. The roar, or the hair, or the big eyes, or the huge teeth, all these can be descriptions of the lion by others. It can only be others' image. What lion feels as lion, how can it be described? I can go on and on and on. To be sincere and integrated, it is universe, para, the ultimate, operating through this body. That's it.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. Swamiji, the next question I have, This is specifically for all the people who are watching you on YouTube. There are like 1 million people who are watching you on YouTube, and another 1 million people who are following you on Facebook. Now, for somebody who has never met you, never met you physically, not attended any of your programs, not taken your initiation, but they are sitting out there in some part of the world, connecting to you through your videos. They feel immensely connected to you. Do you recognize them as your disciple? How do you know that they are sitting there, or do you? Of course you know, but how is that whole process happening?
Understand, this is only one of the rooms I am using. This is only one of the quarters I am using. Just like Bangalore Adhinam as one of my quarters, and many other Adhinams as my quarters, as on now I am using only Bangalore Adhinam quarters, does not mean that is only mine. All the other Adhinam quarters is also mine. Same way, this body which I am using is only one of my quarters. When you say, people who have not met me physically, but listening to my discourses, watching and feeling connected, understand, discipleship is not restricted just to this body. In multiple planes, I exist. In multiple planes, I operate. Each one, the way they are connected, the same way they get the response. Just few days before I declared, now people are going to have darshan and vision in their dreams. Like they will have the vision, darshan of me appearing and blessing them and showering gold coins and diamonds, or showering them with wealth. When they wake up and see, really they will see all around on their bed literally the gold coins and diamond, whatever has been blessed in the dream state, in the real. And you will see in next few days people putting this kind of experiences and blessings in the Facebook. You will see these happenings, the mystery, the mystical happenings are all not restricted only to this body. I should say that this is one of the body I am using. To relate with all of them, there are some more bodies which are being used, and I should say that there is an automatic 911. Whoever calls from wherever, they get the response. And it is not necessary all that information should be known to this body and mind. But whenever needed, this body and mind gets those informations. And whatever is needed gets done through this body. It is such a intense subject. Maybe I'll use few more examples and give you an understanding. in various planes, like in dream state, the body of Nithyananda is different. In the deep sleep state, there is another one body. In the waking state only you are seeing this body. And Turiya, there is another one body. In Turiya Atita, there is another one body. In all those states, the bodies which are being used, they all respond automatically from the calls received in those planes. So this body is only one of the centers I am using. That is why when people call, pray, automatically they get the response. When it is brought to me, I download what has happened during that time and give them extra information, that's all. But I myself, this body and mind does not necessarily need to be involved during the prayer or the answer. Action and response happens without even this body and mind knowing or getting involved. So wherever you are, understand, and you are calling this form, this name, feeling connected, immediately Sadashiva responds. Understand, this form and the name is the gift to the universe by Sadashiva. I am also enjoying it like you are all enjoying it. This name and this form is the gift to the universe from Sadashiva. Just like you all enjoy, I am also enjoying it. That's it.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. So, my next question is, over the last few years, I've had multiple opportunities to connect a lot of the people who would like to come for inner awakening or any of our programs. Now, Mahasadashivoham. Yesterday we had the Dial the Avatar. Now, during the Dial the Avatar, a lot of people who are like aspiring to attend Mahasadashivoham got your blessings. And for some of them, you said, okay, you will manifest the money in 15 days. For some who are saying, like the family is objecting, you're saying, okay, I will take care of it, they will not object. You'll be able to make it. And some said, okay, I have a health concern, for whom you said, I'll take care of it. So after you actually give the blessing, what happens behind the scene? How does the family member's mind change? How does they manifest the money? And it does happen. I've seen thousands and thousands of examples where the minute you say it happens, I've seen what you say and I've seen the end result. But how do we connect this? What happens behind the scene?
So Jnanatma is asking the business secret. I should say it is not even business secret, it is cosmic secret. See, fundamentally, the ultimate will is operating this will. The ultimate is breathing through this breath. When a word comes from this, it is literally a word coming from the cosmos. Word coming from Sadashiva. Automatically, please understand, let me now explain a very important, see, feeling you are one with the universe and operating as one universe. Understand these two. Feeling you are one with the universe and operating as one universe. Operating as one universe is Sadashiva. Feeling one with the universe is Nithyananda. operating as one universe is only operating as Nithyananda. Please understand, feeling one with the universe is Advaita, operating as universe is Sadashiva. It is neither Advaita nor Dvaita. There is no Vaita here. Feeling one with the universe is Advaita, operating as universe is Sadashivatva. When a word is given, immediately it gets into that space of operating as universe, and it goes through certain processes like a certain check and balances. It just sees the person to whom it need to reach. And the form in which it need to manifest. For example, if somebody asks, Swamiji, my family is not accepting, that word family does not have a meaning which all of you have, a common meaning, like his wife or his daughter or his son. No. In his mind, he is remembering, is keep not accepting. What he remembers in his mind, that is the meaning. So that the words he utters does not have it is not taken from the social Oxford English Dictionary meaning. It is taken from his context. The way, reason why he is asking. So it goes through that check. And then the result reaches him. Sometimes he is asking which is not understood by others. That is why what he asks he gets, but others feel he has not got it. Nobody, I tell you, now I am giving you an important secret. Anybody who asks and gets tatastu never goes without getting it. That is why not a single individual comes and says, I asked, I did not get. They always come and say, everyone asks, everyone gets it or what? Why are you bothered about it? You try. The common doubt is, oh, everyone asks, everyone gets it or what? How is it possible? Everyone gets what they asked for. Somewhere if you feel somebody did not get, that is yours. Try to drill that person. He will say, I got what I want. That is why such large number, whether through prayers or programs, goes on coming, goes on saying they are getting, and goes on coming back again. I don't think any other program on the planet Earth is repeated by such large number, percentage of attendees than other than Inner Awakening. You should know the percentage of repetition. Almost above 80% of the people do second. 80% does second. And at least 70% comes for third time. It's not a joke. more than 80% of the people come for second time. That's a testimony. That is a testimony. %40 doesn't go back. That is next. Some people move but don't leave. Yes, some people move to their home or their workplace. They don't leave. Moving is different, leaving is different. This whole today video conferencing, the faces almost, you see, it's like if they put even a photograph, I will not be able to find a difference because I see them every day. All of them may move, but they don't leave. The words uttered are pure Satya Sankalpa. It's directly from Sadashiva. That is why those words become reality, just like that.
Swamiji, my next question is, let's say we are all now really getting ready. There's a huge buzz for the December Mahasadashivoham. And there are so many devotees all over the world trying to make it for Mahasadashivam because they don't want to miss what you're going to be offering to the world. If somebody, let's say for example, they are not able to make it for Mahasadashivoham, is it that they are not meant to be there, or is it that their will persistence was not strong enough?
See, to tell you honestly, there is no such thing that they are not meant to be there. I will only say, not only they did not have enough will persistence, they did not even have a will. It is just casually, why? Okay, like a window shopping. Like a window shopping, even if they have a will, I can convert that into will persistence. I am embodiment of persistence. Understand? This throne is the witness for my persistence. I sat on this throne 2003 January 1st, this very throne. Now we covered it with a silver, but this is the very throne. You can see the photograph. This is the very throne. It went through everything. It went through everything. It went through ups and downs and fires and accidents, sometimes transfer, everything. And now fully shining in silver coating, finally it won. This throne is the witness. But end, it persisted. I am embodiment of persistence. Anybody has a will, I can make that into will persistence. Maybe people did not even have a will for the manifestation to happen. I should say, even if you have a will, I'll convert that into will persistence and make you manifest as reality. When I am declaring, I am Sadashiva, I am not declaring as my glory, I am declaring this as your possibility. I am not declaring as my pride. I am declaring as your possibility. When I am declaring your possibility, I am shaking many of your insecurities. And many people want to be in their cozy, comfortable zone. Few days before in the Satsang, I said the biggest risk is introducing to humanity their possibility. When I am talking about your possibility, the first response you give is cheating. Understand? If I say the whole world is doomed, it is going to be destroyed in 2020 and there is going to be a huge destruction, natural calamity, economical collapse, and the world is doomed and gone, everyone feels, they believe so strongly. That's why many religions run on doomsday. They go on postponing the doomsday. First it was 2000, then it becomes 2012, now they are postponing it into 2021. But their survival is doomsday. Because that is very believable. Destruction, negativity. You feel very connected and you are really able to believe it, cognize it. But when I say, hey, you are Sadashiva, we are all going to wake up, millions of people are going to radiate Sadashiva and his powers. See, if I say visually about the doomsday, there is going to be a huge tsunami and ships are going to land on Statue of Liberty and one is going to land on White House and one is going to, and you can visualize, and only that is the reason those movies are so popular. Even those scenes, clips are so popular. The Golden Gate Bridge is being washed away. The New York City getting washed away, and the Kanyakumari getting washed away. Everyone enjoys those clips because in depth they feel it is possible. Yes, it's going to be reality. Very connecting. But when I say millions are going to wake up to Sadashivatva and going to manifest all the powers, even though I have already established at least few people manifesting, it doesn't look like a possibility. Every level, it is always dealt with the load of impossibility. Every proposal of the higher possibility is dealt with the load of impossibility by the humanity. Understand? Unfortunately, your mind wants negative end, means the negative understandings catch you very quickly. When there is something great is proposed, presented, many people feel threatened, shaken, disturbed. Their ideas are shaken. End of the day, I know what I am getting into. I know what I am getting into. And I know the human beings. I know the humanity. I know the planet Earth. With that clarity only, I came down.
Swamiji, I have a few more questions. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Swamiji, the lifestyle of an Adinavasi, the way I see it as compared to the lifestyle that I was having when I was working outside, earning, living, you're thinking about your small family, running by some greed or some fear. Either you have to greed of getting promoted or a career success, or a fear of, oh, if I don't go, what my manager will say. Versus the lifestyle of an Adinavasi here, where all your basic needs are provided completely free of cost. You don't have to worry about your food, shelter, electricity bill, internet bill, nothing that you need to worry about your survival or your existence. But something that really thrives us is, for me, it is my love for you. Because of what you have given to me in my life, I feel at least I should do something, because I can never match what you have showered to me, but I feel at least something that I can do in my level I want to give back. That is what is driving me every day, and it is actually an immense joy and pleasure to be a part of this community where everybody is, there is only one common point amongst all the Adinavasis, which is our relationship with you. And it feels like a really blissful community, which I feel is the only hope for today's world, where living in a community where you don't have to work for your survival, but living in a community where your possibilities are explored. And every day, like when people ask me, okay, how's your life been in the Adinam last 8 years? The only thing I can say is, I had a very clear boundary about myself. Now I myself do not know what I am capable of. I am exploring myself, and I am seeing myself do some things which I never thought I could possibly do. So it's just a lifestyle of exploring the possibility. So how do you see the lifestyle of Adinavasis or the Adinavasis in the next 5-10 years?
See,
Your vision for Adinavasis.
I am seeing at least million means 10 lakh people residing here in Bangalore Adinam, exploring multiple possibilities and powers available for human consciousness. Understand, when I say possibilities, things which you can develop by practice, like yoga, things which you can develop by practice, like Nirahara Samyama, like creating a new software, or learning a language. See, even the possibilities can be given by initiation, that is different, but things which can be developed by practice, all that I call as possibilities. Learning to carve, learning to build a temple, learning to read, write, multiple languages, all that. What comes not by any training or practice, straight by initiation, transmission of energy, that is what I call power. The Shakti, transmission of Shakti. I am looking at this place in next 10 years, million people residing, exploring various possibilities and powers which is available for human consciousness and sharing it with the whole world. In the field of medicine, the field of agriculture, the field of clothing, jewelry, construction, spiritual thought currents, education, teaching, yoga, Ayurveda, and dance, music, what not. I am looking at this place as a real universal city where multiple branches, people are exploring all the possibilities and powers available to human consciousness and making it as a reality for humanity. And it is time. Humanity has wasted its time and energy enough. We wasted our time and energy enough by searching for food and shelter and basic needs. I feel at least a few million people need to be relieved and given all those basic needs and asked to explore the further possibilities and powers. That is what exactly I am doing here. Giving them all the fundamental needs, letting them explore all the possibilities and powers available for humanity and human consciousness.
And for me personally, if I have to say, it is just the excitement of living around the avatar. An avatar who happens in 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years, we don't even know. But just being able to live around an avatar, to see how he lives, how he eats, how he talks, how he walks, how he does what he does, because we have never had an opportunity to explore an incarnation. And when an incarnation is in a human flesh and bones and body, it is an immense joy to just live around him. Forget about anything else, just living around. If somebody asks what you do in the Adinam, I just say I hang around Swamiji. To be very frank, nothing else I do. I just hang around him, and it is a beautiful lifestyle to live like that. And Swamiji, to come to a last question, something which is really my passion, something which you have gifted to me is the lifestyle of sannyas. I am thoroughly, I can tell very clearly, I am thoroughly enjoying this lifestyle, because it is a lifestyle of ultimate freedom, where in the sense that when people ask me, how come you left your job in Microsoft, your lifestyle in America, all your possessions, how you decided to live this lifestyle, the only thing I tell them is, this is the first time in my life when I took sannyas, I am experiencing freedom. Freedom in the sense that I am not bound by anything. I am not bound by a car or a particular way of food or particular type of dress, particular type of a lifestyle, but I am experiencing, feeling what it is to be a part of your cosmic body. That is the way I envision myself, that I am one of your hand, I am one of your leg, like I am one part of your body. So for all the youth of today, Swamiji, who are running behind the sensual pleasures, either in terms of food or entertainment industry, pubs, clubs, relationships, and getting thoroughly cheated because it is not fulfilling them. And sannyas is that lifestyle which is the only way out for today's youth. Can you say a few words about that, Swamiji?
See, when Jnanatma was putting this question, I can see very clearly when she says she is part of my cosmic body. Of course, true, she is part of my cosmic body because she is holding my responsibility. She is shouldering my responsibility. No doubt about it. And modern day youth running behind some car, house, relationships, with a huge blind spot. Understand? You run for something. After reaching, if you ask, why did you run? You don't have an answer. What a huge blind spot. Actually, your blind spot is larger than your life. That is what is depression. Blind spot being larger than your life itself is what I call depression. When she is putting that question, I can see very clearly. And I am also proud that I have produced fulfilling sannyasis. Understand, sannyasis who are celebrating that lifestyle. Because it is through celebration the expansion happens. It is from celebration the expansion happens, not by grumbling, grudging, incompletion. No, somehow I am pulling a sannyasi. No. What I am saying, it is only by the people who have this matured cognition that sannyas grows. I know, I am proud. I have created sannyasis who celebrate the life of sannyas, who are celebrating. Sannyas is not just celebrating, it is celebrating. Celebrating the celebrating. No, it is celebrating that. That is what is, I call, completion of sannyas. Completion of sannyas. Understand? I can very conveniently, with all my integrity, I can say, I have a celebrating sannyasi in Jnanatma. I wanted to send a message to the whole world, especially the modern day youth, by answering this question. Let me define youth. Whoever thinks your future is more important than the weight of your past, you are youth. If you think your possibility about the future is more important than the weight of your past, you are youth. That's the definition of youth. If you feel the weight of your past is too big than the possibility of your future, you are already old. I want to send this message to all the youth by answering this question. I tell you, be matured. Look at the life with maturity. Forget about what is the feedback from others. You see your life. What you really want, are you moving towards that? Is every day you are responsibly behaving towards what you feel as your goal? I am not even saying change your goal. If your goal is money, change it to enlightenment. If your goal is a house and a car and a career, change it into Sadashiva. I am not even saying that. I am not talking about goal change. I am only talking about, are you integrated to your goal? That's all I am asking. When you bring integrity to your goal, you will automatically bring integrity towards you. When you are integrated to you, you have to be with me. When somebody is sick, he has to go to hospital, whether he goes by walk or a car or a two-wheeler or running or rolling or ambulance, but he has to reach hospital. If you are sick, you have to reach the hospital. If you are seeking, you have to reach me. Understand, I am not even asking you to change your goal. I am only asking you, are you integrated to your goal? When you bring integrity to what you think as your goal, so many blind spots will start getting healed. You will start getting integrated to you. When you are integrated to you, you have to be with me, and you will be with me. You will find a way to reach me. Understand? I am giving this as a clear vision for the modern day youth. Come on, it is time. If you are running after pseudo things, that also in an unintegrated way, you are not even going to have planet Earth in next 2-3 decades. It is no more a luxury. No. If it is early morning, 3 o'clock, waking up or not waking up is your decision, freedom, luxury. But if it is already noon, 12 o'clock, waking up is your survival. It is already noon. Vaivasvata Manvantara means 51st Manvantara. We are on the 51st Manvantara of Brahma. It's already noon, not even 12:30. It's already past noon. At least few million of us, let's wake up, come together, explore all the possibilities and powers of consciousness, everything available for human consciousness. Let's explore. Let's bring everything together. Let's explore, and everything expressed, let's share it with the world. It is time. We need to wake up to protect, serve, care the humanity. So, my clarion call to the whole humanity, especially to modern day youth, Adinam Chalo. It is actually joy to sit with your own cub and see how the cub makes you roar, and what all the cub does to make you roar. Especially somebody who is really integrated. Understand, sitting at my feet for 8 years is not a joke. I know it is not a joke. Whether in a good way, sense or a ferociousness, both intense. Love or care. Both are intense. It is literally putting yourself in a mold and just getting molded. No unwanted parts are going to be left, and no tomorrow. No, can I wait for some more time? No. And a person who stayed for 8 years with her depth, it's such a joy to explore and respond to her depth. Understand? I cannot just like that answer for her questions, because for every question she asked, she would have heard at least 25 different answers from me in various inner awakening. I cannot just like that brush it aside. From the depth from which the question comes to the depth I will have to answer. It is such a joy to handle the questions from depth. The questions from depth. And
Swamiji, I want to say something. Actually, when Swamiji said it is not so easy to be at his feet, I actually feel that it wasn't very easy for Swamiji to handle a disciple like me for about 8 years. Literally tolerating every kind of mood swing. See, I always enjoyed the lifestyle of an Adinavasi, lifestyle of a sannyasi. But that doesn't mean that I immediately fit into the mold that Swamiji wanted me to fit into. And he tolerated, patiently, sometimes waited, sometimes ferociously awakened, all of that. But at the end of the day, he decided to keep me at his feet. And I am eternally grateful to Swamiji for that. And to conclude, I really want to say, Swamiji, that in this Janma or whatever number of times you're going to come back to planet Earth or in any other plane, please always keep me at your feet, because it is too good to miss, and it is too good, and it is actually, it feels too cool to be at your feet. With that, I would like to thank you so much for giving such a wonderful opportunity for me, Swamiji.
so the essence, first I want to say Tathastu for what you asked. Blessings. Today, when they were reading out the introduction, they said that she is an Andi. And she said she doesn't want to come between you and Swamiji. Actually, Nandi comes in between Shiva and devotees only to protect Shiva. Sometimes Shiva himself cannot defend him. He is in Samadhi. So somebody has to be running around and defending. So Nandi does only that job. So bull, even when it bullies, it is only for Sadashiva. I know there is so much to discuss and explore. Share. The essence of today, the Astavatar series, the essence I am going to give is also the essence of Jnanatma and her character. Celebration of Guru Bhakti in the form of sannyas. I'll say that is the essence of today's session and the statement of Jnanatma's life. Celebration of Guru Bhakti in the form of sannyas. So I give this as a message to all And it's such wonderful. Actually, I did not think, of course, I never think is different. I did not expect a disciple can make me think so much and can get such a in-depth answers from me. Maybe you may have to watch this as the avatar, this series, this satsang at least 4 or 5 times, because many of the answers I gave are from depth. Many answers I gave are very deep. The words may look like I used it already, but the answers are very deep. Go through it, you will understand the depth from which I responded, and it's such a joy to respond to the cups. And my blessings to all of you. The essence is celebrate Guru Bhakti through sannyas. With this, I give this mantra kapu to Jnanatma for this wonderful interview as my memorable gift and a protection. So, be blissful, blessings. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living. Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Sadashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Nithyanandeshwara Sadashivasamarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, participants, visitors, viewers, sitting with us all over the world for this program, Experience Kailasa. First of all, I want to tell you, I recommend you take notes. And I also allow anybody to video record, audio record. So all this should make you understand how important this session is going to be. And I also sincerely recommend you watch this like a spiritual practice for next 21 days. I'm going to introduce Mahasadashiva.
everything possible which can be introduced, dimension or cosmology, understanding, I'll introduce in every possible way. I'm introducing cosmology directly from horse's mouth. Understand? Maybe if we want to use this horse's mouth phrase in a very Indian Shaivite way, bull's mouth, we can change it. Nandi's mouth. Directly. First thing I want to tell you, people feeling, oh, these big concepts, ideas, cosmology, all these are not for me. This idea is not cute. Please understand. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is very clear. Not able to understand is a lie. Not interested in understanding is the truth. Listen. The word not able to understand is a lie. Not interested in understanding is the truth. So do not cherish with the cuteness. Oh, all these big concepts I don't understand. I don't care. I don't want all these big concepts. You just tell me what should I do. I am telling what you should do. Understand. Now people try to celebrate, feel cute about their decision not to put their listening and integrity together to understand life. Please understand. If you are in this cosmos, you need to understand this cosmos, and you are equipped enough by Sadashiva to understand this cosmos. So all these sentiments, oh, these big words, big ideas, big concepts, I cannot grasp. I am a simple devotee. No. Don't. Being a simple devotee is not alternative to understanding. You will be a simple devotee only if you understand the cosmos, not otherwise. Ignorance is not celebrated in Hindu tradition. Ignorance cannot be the quality of a devotee. Many times I hear this argument, oh Swamiji, I am a simple devotee, you just tell me what should I do. I cannot understand these big words, cosmology, cosmos. No. If you are a simple devotee, sit with integrity and your simplicity, you will understand exactly what I am talking, and you will experience it now. I am introducing Mahasadashiva as he himself introduces himself in Vidyapada of Agamas, and I have some of the interesting articles by modern day researchers. In the modern day, some people are trying to research from the angle of neuroscience and brain, possibilities of brain and the universe. I have a bunch of set of articles. I will highly recommend all of you read all these articles today after this session. So please read these articles which I am recommending. You will understand many things in the language you cognize. I am not saying these researchers have grasped everything of what Sadashiva talks about cosmology in the Agamas, what Sadashiva introduces. I don't want to say these researchers have got everything, but I can comfortably say that they are moving in that direction. For example, whatever, let me first give you the reference of those articles. It is like a Science Daily, Science News, Multidimensional Universe in Brain Networks. That's article name, and I have few more, maybe around 20 articles.
This is the second article. The human brain can create structures up to 11 dimensions. And then I'm again projecting a sequence of article titles. The next is multi-dimensional universe in brain networks. You can actually take a screenshot of the screen here. The next is new mathematical method reveals structure in neural activity in the brain. Mathematicians help unlock brain function. Multi-scale computational model sheds light on embryonic development. Cold Spring Harbor team to use $2.7 million NIH grant to map long-range neural projections. Researchers propose sequencing-based approach to map all neuron connections in the brain.
Now I want to tell you, first I wanted to express my appreciation for these researchers putting their knowledge and intelligence, time, energy and integrity in this line. And I'll really recommend to them to spend a little time on Vidyapada of Agama, where the cosmos introduces cosmology. Mahasadashiva talks about cosmology. It will really be wonderful that they will be helped in their research. They will know which direction they should look. towards which direction they should look. Okay, now all this research is all about your brain. Understand, this is like a mirror. This is the mirror in which the cosmos reflects, and this is the organ. I can't even use the word organ, it is little more than organ. This is the system through which you are perceiving the cosmos, universe, existence. These researchers have done research on what all is being perceived here, means in the reflection. Based on that, they are projecting, assuming, trying to understand what must be there. All of you are understanding? This, what is being perceived, reflected in this, is presumed as photograph or reflection of what is out there. So by studying this, what is going on in this, with a very evolved mathematics called algebraic topology. I don't know whether I pronounce the word properly, algebraic topology, whatever. So with that, they are trying to study, project, understand what is going on in this. With that, they are trying to understand what must be out there. Now, the good news I have for the researchers is, you are heading in right direction, because we have a description of what is out there already by the person who is out there. We have description, a very elaborate and very detailed, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya, all the lokas and dimensions. We have description by the person who is out there about what is there. Your algebraic topology, which they are trying to use, which acts like a telescope and microscope together. Understand? Algebraic topology is like a telescope, can project into the space to study the Big Bang and black holes, and it can be microscope, can be zoomed into inside a forest, a python hiding in the hole of a tree, and the blood group of that python, whether that python has some bacterial infection. It is like It can zoom into the networks. Understand, this algebraic topology is a very sophisticated maths they use, which behaves like telescope and microscope together. And with this, they are studying what is happening here. What is happening here? Roughly, I will equate this as a pindanda. And what is happening there is Brahmanda. By studying the pindanda with algebraic topology, scientists, researchers are trying to understand multi-dimensions of the universe. Listen. Sorry if I am presenting too complicated things. I'll try to map it down to your language and the way you can grasp. Fundamentally, the researchers are trying to convey the various dimensions. 1D means rod, 2D means plank, 3D means cube, and the fourth D is the spatial dimension called time. The scientists are trying to explain, researchers are trying to explain through this algebraic topology, which works like a telescope and microscope together. It is not just this 4-dimension alone our brain is perceiving. Our brain is able to perceive higher dimensions, multiple dimensions. Because of that, they come to a conclusion, multiple dimensions exist, because the reflection shows the multiple dimension perceptions, not only the possibility, but as a reality. They are saying that many of these algebraic topology data they have discovered, they try to map it and see its effect on the rat's brain, and the researchers are confirming many of this data is very realistic. Understand? This is where I wanted to suggest to them. One, please study Vidyapada of Agamas. You will have lot of input, support and direction. That is one. Second, if you are really interested only in research, if you are not interested in any vested interests, come. You don't need to waste your time on putting your algebraic topology, projections, mathematics on the rat's brain and study. I'll give you live brain. You can study mine. I'll reflect this whole 11 dimension, what is out there in here purely. Study all the 86 billion neurons and its activities simultaneously. I am not interested in any of the pride, all these, that. I am saying, let's do something good to the world. Not only me, I can recommend and request many of my disciples also to support you in your research. We can live reflect, understand? Scientists are equipped with a algebraical topology which functions like a telescope and microscope together for microcosm, brain, pindanda. We are equipped with third eye penetrated by oneness. Third eye opened by oneness can be used same way algebraic topology is used in microcosm. We can use the third eye penetrated by the oneness in macrocosm. Understand? Scientists with their algebraic topology, which can function like a telescope and microscope together, study the multi-dimensional happening in the brain. We Shaivites, empowered by Mahasadashiva, whose third eyes are penetrated by the oneness, can show precisely what is out there in here. All of you are able to understand. In the macrocosm, brain, algebraic topology helps like a telescope and microscope to study what is going on in this. With that only they are coming to many understandings. I am telling them, please come here. We have cosmic algebraic topology, third eye penetrated by oneness, which can function a cosmic telescope and microscope together. I can project and tell you precisely what is happening in the sun now. The precise temperature change or precise happenings of the sun and precisely what is happening in your eardrum when you hear these words from my mouth. understand microcosms, telescope and microscope is algebraic topology. Macrocosms, telescope and microscope together is third eye penetrated by oneness. As long as third eye is not penetrated by oneness, it is not opened, it is not yet initiated. The moment it is initiated, if the third eye is penetrated by the oneness, it acts as telescope and microscope together for cosmos, Brahmanda, what is out there. I can provide true help to these scientists by giving the documentation about what is out there by the person who owns everything out there. It's an owner's document. Who created and who is sustaining his own internal document. That is one. Second, I can provide direction and evidence of whatever is out there by making the pure reflection of that in here. Live human brain. You don't need a rat and rat's brain. We have now enough of powers, empowered human beings who can just through their brain show you precisely what's going on now in Kailasa, what's going on now in Tapoloka, what's going on now in Bur, Bhuva and Suva, in all the different lokas. Understand, you do not need to use the rat's brain to map the data you collect through algebraic topology and verify them with the reality. We can provide, not only I am open and many of my disciples whose third eye is penetrated by the oneness. I have not even entered into what I want, what I am supposed to share today. I am only introducing the fundamental understandings. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is rich man's religion. Means who is really rich in everything. It is not created to control the mass with certain ideas and concepts and like a mental prison. No. This Dharma teaches you mind is a prison. So it never was generated. So whatever I shared now, I'll give you the essence in few lines. What is out there reflects here. Some of the scientists and researchers who are studying the reflection have found the reference What is out there is not just 4 dimension, at least 11 dimension. And the methodology they used, algebraic topology, and the informations they have, they even tried to map it down on the brain of the rat and confirming many of the informations they have makes sense. So I am giving them my support in 2 ways. You are only working on what is reflecting here. Unfortunately, a normal brain's reflection is not complete. That's first. Second, we actually have a documentation of what is out there by the owner who is out there. And it is available in here. We can provide you the documentation. Next to the documentation, we can provide you a live laboratory where you can see the reflection, a pure reflection of what is out there in here, to take your researches further. So you can try to understand what is in here and what is out there. Pindanda and Brahmanda. Like your algebraic topology, which can function as a telescope and microscope together for Pindanda, reflection. Our oneness filled third eye can be used as a telescope and microscope together for the Brahmanda, cosmos. You have a live telescope, microscope together for cosmos. So, the live telescope, microscope together for cosmos is inviting you all to support you all in further researches you want to do on this 11 dimensions aspect. So with this, let me start the program. I started the program saying I am going to introduce Mahasadashiva. I only prepared you to introduce Mahasadashiva. I need to convince you why such complex understandings about cosmos and life need to happen. Understand? If you have complex understandings, you will not have complex problems. If you don't have, and if you are avoiding complex understandings, you will have complex problems. Decide whether to put your energy towards the understanding and problem-free life, or avoid putting energy towards understanding and live with problems. In any field, if you want to be successful, you need to put little your time and energy to understand the logic of that field. Even to operate a cell phone, you need to pick up the cell phone, understand where is the number, how to press and all that, and where to keep. You can't keep it somewhere and talk, you have to keep it in your ears and near the mouth. Now you need to understand the logic. So if you want to understand and manifest the powers, want to experience Kailasa, you need to decide, you should understand Kailasa. You can't say, oh, I am an innocent devotee and I am a simple person. Just no. Your ignorance is neither cute nor welcome. And you are not created for ignorance. Be very clear. Be very clear. All you need is your decision to complete with the pattern of celebrating your ignorance as cute, as if something right, as if it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. Seeker is a person who is trying to understand cosmos. So you have to understand cosmos. You can't say, I want to go to Kailash, I want to experience Kailash, I want to understand the whole cosmos, I want to manifest all the powers, but I am very innocent, little ignorant, very innocent, old devotee. That's not cute. That's not cute. Complete with the pattern of celebrating ignorance, because I am going to introduce some of the very important truths of life. We need to understand cosmos because we are working and living, functioning in the cosmos. Making it as simple as possible and mapping it in such a way your inner space grasps it, experiences it, is my job. That is my job. I will do it. But not even interested in entering, holding my hand to come along with me is not right. So hold my hand and come along with me. It means sit with integrity and listening and come along with me. I'll take you to Kailash now. You need to understand Kailash Pati, Lord of Kailash, Mahasadashiva. Only then you can experience Kailasa. It is actually a beautiful painting here. I am showing, projecting a painting of Mahasadashiva. It's a traditional painting done as per the introduction of Mahasadashiva about his cosmic form. In a way we can understand. Originally he says thousands of heads and thousands of hands, means literally all the identities exist, is part of him. All the heads exist is part of him, whether it works or not. You may ask, even mine? Yes, yours, even yours. That's the good news. Even yours is. Here it is presented with a 25 head in a very symbolic way. Can you project that? Understand, in the first means the lowest row, which is connected to the neck. 9 heads are there. In the next row, 7 heads are there. In the further row, 5 heads are there. And further, 3 heads are there. Then further, 1 head. It's a symbolic representation. And I wanted to tell you all, I am giving you only very minimal understanding which is required for you to experience Kailasa. It's like if you go to Universal Studio or Disney World, Disneyland, how they give you a very minimal introduction to let you experience and enjoy all the rides and shows and the place. Same way, I am only giving you a very minimal introduction. I am not torturing you with too much information. No. I am trying to make everything user-friendly as much as possible. As much user-friendly as possible. The row of the heads connected to his neck. Nine faces is mathematics of the universe. Listen. Mathematics of the logic and mathematics of the universe is different. Mathematics of the logic is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Number. 1 plus 1 is 2. When you do this addition, subtraction, it is all whether the work or the result is only in your logic. For example, like a paper. If you put 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, that is only in the paper. But the cosmic mathematics is the actual dimensions. Like when I say the first phase, it is not equivalent to mathematical 1, It is a cosmic one, means the first dimension of the universe, length. Two is not mathematical two which exists in logic. It is second dimension, Planck. First dimension can be called as a rod, just one dimension. Then Planck, second dimension, means length and breadth together. Three is third dimension, the length, breadth, depth together. Listen. I think many of you are seeing new me. Who is after the length, breadth, depth, the four, in the fourth phase only sound even starts. Understand? The science says any particle's movement creates sound. Sadashiva says very clearly, if the particle moves only in the length, breadth, depth, sound is generated. If it moves only from length to length, no sound is generated. Listen. You may say, oh, my hand, if I move like this, sound is generated. Very subtle. It is generated because your hand has a depth. This or this does not generate sound. Yeah. Atom, molecule moving this way or just this way does not generate sound. If it moves only this way or that way or this way, where the depth is involved, sound is generated. So only after the third dimension, Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva introduces nada, sound. This information is very important for you because the mathematical 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is not cosmical 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In mathematical 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, after 3 suddenly you cannot introduce something extra. 1, 2, 3, it has to be 4. Cannot be 4 and a half. That is mathematical, numerical. But in cosmical, 1, 2, 3, 3 and a half, 4. I don't even want to say 3 and a half, 3, something more than 3 and 4. I don't even want to say it is between 3 and 4, no. Because after the 4, that what came in between is getting added as a load on the 4. That is why, understand, in the 7, 9 phase, only after the third phase the upper phases are sitting, means now no more the phases are linear, they are multidimensional. Listen. 9 phase. First phase length, second phase breadth, third phase depth. Now in the depth, sound comes as a new introduction. So after the sound is introduced, it is no more third to fourth, third with one more head on the top and fourth. And the fourth has two more heads on the top and fifth. Fifth has three more heads on the top and sixth. How many of you are catching it? Understand? Till the depth no sound. After the depth, when the sound is introduced, 4 is not just like how from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, no. 1 to 2 is 1 to 2. 2 to 3 is 2 to 3. But 3 to 4 is not 3 to 4. 3 plus something and 4. Listen. In the depth starts happening sound. How many of you are grasping what I am saying? You see, you need to understand this, because when you explore you will manifest so much. I tell you, all values come when you know you are a valuable person. That is why it is value. In Tamil, Nanayam, Tan Nanayam Therindaldan Varum. If you know your value, your worth, only then you will manifest values in life. You will not give up your integrity for 2 pennies lying on the ground. No. You know your integrity is much more valuable than that penny lying on the ground. So you need to understand. Listen. Now, length, the first head, second head, breadth, third head, depth, fourth head, time, but it is not just like how we moved from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, it is not same 3 to 4, because in the 3, suddenly one thing is added, one head on the top, that is nada, sound. And sound cannot come just in y-axis travel or x-axis travel. All sound is generated only in z-axis travel. Any particle, pure movement of x-axis and y-axis. I don't know whether I showed properly. I think this is x-axis, this is y-axis. Listen, pure movement of x-axis and y-axis of a particle does not generate sound. It is z-axis, z-axis that travel generates sound. So, when it comes from length to breadth to depth, it is not directly from depth to time you can jump. Now you need to consider one more dimension of life, nada, sound as introduced, sound as come into existence. So the time is going to be handled. Time is going to be the totality of not just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 plus the sound. Totality of this 4 is the 4, time, fourth head. Now, fifth head. Listen. Fifth head is connected to the body. The neck is the integrity. Poison is the non-integrity. It is integrity connects the Sadashiva with the whole universe, universe with Sadashiva. Anybody with integrity can penetrate Alahala and connect with Sadashiva and all his dimensions and live. When you miss integrity, you cannot penetrate the Alahala. Listen, first head, length. That's a face. I am purposely explaining with just as per the Agama's introduction, because I don't want this knowledge to be stolen by the people and mapping it back to their understanding and saying Agama has been written much later than the science discovery. Nowadays, in the modern day, that big crime is going on. Steal everything Vedic. And then say that Vedas were written very recently after all the modern day discoveries. Some Pandit who did not have a job, he read all the English books and he translated everything in Sanskrit and made a book. No, that's what they are trying to claim. The Vaimanika Shastra was written very recently by somebody mapping all the Western concepts of aeronautics into Sanskrit. Okay. So that is the reason I am presenting it with the original visual map as it is. See, the first phase, length. Second phase, breadth. Till then, those heads are just independent. Nothing much above on them. You see, here they have put it like a tower, but actually when Sadashiva Mahasadashiva introduces himself, he says after the third head starts on the third head starts the next dimension. Means 7, when it is put on 9, only on the third, the next starts. Am I right? All of you understanding? All of you are catching it? So the third is the depth. In the depth is what? Nada. The sound starts. That is above head. The head which is above the third head. I don't want to say fourth head, because the fourth head is next head only is going to have the title fourth head. All of you are catching what I am saying? Above the third head, which is the side effect of 1, 2, 3, is sitting, which is sound, nada. Above the fourth head, birds are sitting. Listen. Above the fourth head, which is Kala, sound, listen very carefully. Sound and nada and bindu. Bindu means longevity, life. Only when the time is introduced, longevity concept gets introduced. Till the time is introduced, there is no life, longevity. How many of you are grasping? So the head sitting on the fourth, one is time, nada, bindu, above, which is this. See, the fourth, nada, bindu. That is life. Only the time dimension see, the depth dimension introduces sound in the cosmos. Time dimension introduces sound and life, longevity. Kala is kala kala. Kala is life and death. Am I able to make you all understand? The fifth head, listen. The fifth head is what is connected to the body. Body is the universe. All these heads are units, identity. Understand? Your identity is the unit of your consciousness. If your consciousness, listen, all the identities with which you play as a father, mother, brother, sister, son, daughter, victim, aggressive, all your identities put together is your consciousness. How many of you understand that? That is your world. Here, each head is the unit. Each head is the identity. All these identities put together is universe, Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva. Like all your identities put together is your consciousness. Identity is used as a unit to measure your consciousness. If you are entertaining more unit of father identity, that will be the lifestyle of your consciousness. If you are entertaining the beloved identity more units, that will be major aspect of your life. So measurement of your life, who you are, the Jivatma, Pratyagatma Chaitanya is done by the units of your identity. For example, if I have to write a formula about you, 7 unit father, 8 unit mother, 3 unit being a son, 4 unit being a brother, and 1 unit of being a charitable person, 2 unit of being a beggar, and 7 unit of victim, and 8 unit of courageous person. Identities you use is the unit with which formula about you can be written. How many of you are grasping this statement? Now, the identities of Sadashiva is the unit of the cosmos. See here, first phase is length, second phase is breadth, third phase is depth. But the depth does not just keep quiet as depth. If it is mathematical 1, 2, 3, it should be just 1, 2, 3. But it is not mathematical, it is existential. One man plus one woman mathematically is 2%, but existentially there will be third child. If you allow both of them to be there, there will be a child. So existential mathematics is different from your logical mathematics. When the third dimension of the depth happens, I don't want to say fourth dimension, the next thing of a sound happens existentially. And next phase, when the next phase is added, this is time. When the time is brought into the scene, Nada and Bindu both are added. That is Nada and Bindu. Yes. You may say, why Nada should be added to depth and time? When the Bindu is added, Nada is no more an ordinary Nada. Sound which is not created never dies. Sound which is created dies. Sound which happens only with the association of length, breadth, depth can die, but the sound which happens with the association of length, breadth, depth, time and space does not die. So the sound associated just length, breadth, depth is different, and the sound associated to length, breadth, depth, time and space is different. Just the sound generated by length, breadth, depth. Like I am moving this. This sound is different than the length, breadth, depth, time, all four create certain sound that is different. I'll give you the example. The sound generated by the two objects hitting, it is between length, breadth, depth and time. But the sound generated by my inner space, where length, breadth, depth, time and space is also involved, this can create the same space I am in you. But this sound cannot create the same space it is in you. How many of you are grasping? So the head which is sitting on the depth can only be called as Shabda. Head which is sitting on the time between the Bindu is called Nada. Shabda cannot create effect, it can only exist. It can survive, not reproduce. Impotent man. He can exist, he cannot create. But Nada can exist and create because Bindu is added, life is added into it. A sound potent of producing something in you is Nada. Sound impotent of making any impact on the universe is Shabda. Then comes combination of length, breadth, depth, time, space as the fifth head. Above that sits Nada, Bindu, Amaratva, immortality. Above sits Nada, Bindu and immortality, Amritatva. Tattva means unit. Amritatva. In this dimension only, the gods and goddesses who don't get into non-existence live. So from here, there can never be a non-existence. There can only be the transformation, but no non-existence. We may think, why do we need to know all this? If you know these basic understandings, you can map them in your life in multiple level, and it can strengthen your balance sheet. Understand? It can make you healthy, wealthy, happy, blissful, because many of these understandings awakens those dimensions of your brain. Already, if you are feeling too much is happening in your brain, raise your hand. Good. Those electrical signals, understand? When the owner is introducing his home and you are sitting in front of him, his neurons, brain neuron activity mirrors in your brain. Bindu is life, Amritattva is life which cannot be dulled, reduced, diluted by length, breadth, depth, time. Kala Kala. Amritattva is the space on which time does not have a say. A cloth, even if you lock it inside a vacuum box for 10 years and then take it out again, you will see it has already withered. No weather would have operated on it, but time operates on it. If you do not allow the time to operate on you, you don't die. If you don't remember you are aging, you will not be aging. That's the truth. A remembrance of aging ages you. The number of time you remember you are aging makes the aging effects on your system. Sadashiva gives an instruction in Agama. Remember, Sadashiva is ever 16, and remember you are he. In those days, that 16 is something like a peak health and peak possibility. Even if you are brought up in a Gurukul way of life, by 16 you will manifest all the powers. So that is the reason that 16. Now, length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these are called dimensions of universe. The Shabda, which is byproduct of depth, Nada and Bindu, which is byproduct of time, Nada Bindu Amritatva, it's called Amrita Kala. These things, these heads above, they are called multi-dimensions of the universe. Understand? You cannot call Shabda as the fourth dimension of universe. No. Third multi-dimension of the universe is Shabda. Fourth multi-dimension of the universe is Nada Bindu. Fifth multi-dimension of the universe is Nada Bindu Amritakala. How many of you are understanding the statement? First dimension is first dimension. Second dimension is second dimension. Third dimension is not third dimension. Third multi-dimension. Because with the third, the new dimension of Shabda is introduced. Which cannot be called as dimension, because we are using the word dimension for fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Third multi-dimension is, see, for example, the third multi-dimension depth has length, breadth, time and depth all together. Sorry, not time. Length, breadth, Shabda and depth together is third multi-dimension. You should know why our masters describe gods with multiple heads. Fools are those who criticize the forms of our Hindu gods, who do not know the universe. They say, why so many heads, so many hands? You don't know. You know only handicapped persons. You do not know multi-handed persons. You know only headless chickens. You do not know multi-headed beings. Third multi-dimension holds length, breadth, depth and Shabda. The fourth multi-dimension holds length, breadth, depth, time, Nada and Bindu. I do not want to use the same word Shabda for Nada, because Nada with quality of life is no more Shabda. For example, Shabda can be called as a raw, precious metal you have. Nada is like you sold that metal and have a currency, cash in your hand, which is more active and useful and available for you. Shabda is raw, Nada is refined. And when it comes to the next space, Space multi-dimension. There, that nada also I don't want to call as nada, nada kala. It is no more just nada, it's nada kala. It is not only the cash you have, it is become an object or a product what you want to have directly. It's like a 3D printer. Out of nada kala, you can just directly do 3D printing of anything you want. Above the nada kala is bindu kala. Above the bindu kala is amrita kala. The qualities, units, understandings about this multi-dimensional universe as two important use. One, please understand, all of you are now going to meditate. What meditate? Going to remember your original Swabhava Swarupa of Mahasadashiva. I am not just introducing me, I am introducing you to you. I do not talk to anybody who is less in my stature. Understand? This science is called Rajavidya, means a king does not talk to somebody who is less than his stature. This Vidya cannot be taught to somebody who is less than my stature. If I am teaching you, understand, you are same of me. The moment you decide to learn, you are same of me. I have a Shastra Pramana where Mahadeva Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva says, eternal age of 16 years. That's a beautiful word he is telling. He is not saying the 16 which comes after 15 or before 17. He says eternal age of 16. If he says meditate me as 16, you may think before 17 and after 15, that's 16. No. Just pick up the 16 and freeze it into eternity. That is why he is using the word eternal age of 16 years. The quality of the 16 should be absorbed and frozen into eternity. Let me read out the original verse for all of you. Panchasyam dasadortandam spatigabam trilochanam shantam chandrakalachutam sarpasannada satchatam mantrasimhasanasinam Svedapatmo paristitam kundalaihi karanai haraihi katistutro darabantanaihi keyuraihi kataikaischaiva channa viraischamut samyutam Shodasap yutam kantam suprasannam smitananam sulam parasu katkancha vajram vagnim chadakshine abhayam pasamanyancha kantam nagan kusautata Vamahasta katam dhyayet anyatacha nigatyate prasalpaya katvanka shakti stulastu savyata vame damaru sarpaksha malendivara purakaihi. Eternal 16 means the 16 which comes before 15, before 17, after 15 has its innate quality of becoming 17. He does not want the 16 which will become 17. He says the 16 should be picked up and made it into eternal. All right, let me come back now to understand. Length is the dimension of universe. Breadth is the dimension of the universe. Depth is multi-dimension of the universe, not dimension of the universe. How many of you are grasping? Length is the dimension of universe. Breadth is the dimension of universe. Depth is multi-dimension of the universe. Time is the multi-dimension of the universe. Space is multi-dimension of the universe. I have just introduced this understanding called multi-dimension. And what is multi-dimension? The essence of this almost 2 hour session is multi-dimension. The purpose of introducing this is two. One, if you understand, great. You can sit as this understanding Mahasada. If you don't understand, your confusion is one of the dimension. Sit with that. Whatever I understood is one, half understood is one head, and completely not understood is another head. Let me sit with all these heads. All non-understood is avyakta, unmanifest to you. And if you decide to make that as part of you and feel that as part of you, it will start revealing itself to you. Anything which you decide as make it as part of you, even if it is good or bad to you, understood or ununderstood, it will reveal its secrets to you. If you keep something as evil or ignorant as outside, you will be God. If you decide to keep that also as part of you, you will become Godal Sadashiva. If you decide to keep something as ignorant away from you, you are a Deva. If you decide to have that also as part of you, even though it does not reveal its secrets to you or friendly with you, you are Mahadeva. That is why only Mahadeva is worshipped by Devas and Asuras both. Good and evil both worships Mahadeva. He gives boon to Indra and Ravana both. You are going to meditate, contemplate, internalize, do dhyana on all these great truths. That is why I am introducing all this to you. These understandings are only called as Somarasa in tradition, Hindu tradition. So when they enter into your system, you experience Kailasa. You feel real high. With alcohol, you feel high, but you fall down. With Somarasa, you feel high and you fly high. With alcohol, everything will look very tall and big because you are on the ground. With Somarasa, everything will look small and down because you are on the high. Small break, then we will continue. Let's gather for next session to internalize Mahasadashiva more. Be blissful. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Be blissful. Literally the essence of everything I have delivered. Science of 7 chakras, 7 bodies, Panchakoshas, 3 states of consciousness, 5 bhavas, Nithyananda Yoga, unclutching, completion, Panchashila, completion, authenticity, integrity, responsibility and enriching, power manifestation, manifesting powerful cognition, ultimately now science of Aushad. It is introduction to Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all of Hinduism, Alpha to Omega. You are going to have live sessions with me. Everything, the essence I am condensing in this one program called Science of Inner Awakening and sharing it with all of you. It's my responsibility. I will make you manifest state, space and powers of Sadashiva. I am as old as sun, as new as sunrise.